play. Press start to play. Press start to play. It's me, Mario. Press start to play. So long, Bowser. Press start to play. Press start to play.
everybody. It's time for another H stream. I hope you've all been doing alright today. I'm gonna try something new. I'm gonna maybe do like 35 minutes of Mario 64. Because that's a game I could keep we beat Bowser in the Fire Sea last time. That's a game I could just keep coming back to. Maybe just get 2 or 3 stars at the beginning of a stream. And then move on to, let me make sure I'm just streaming under Mario 64 like I intend to be. Yes, I am. Okay, so we're good on that. And then we're going to try looking at some of the videos, just short clips of gameplay of the so-called Gigaleak. So we'll just start the timer and get going. I've been doing a lot of experiments with, just getting the view browser source function to work in Streamlabs OBS. And I've done some test recordings, just making sure it even worked. I've used view browser source once before. A stream I kind of had to cancel after the first 15 minutes just because it was before I fully upgraded my internet, so I was getting so many dropped frames. And what I ended up doing was I just set up a wheel so I could spin it to randomize certain elements of my Mario Party 2 playthrough. And that actually worked as I hoped it would. And we're going to do that when we go to Mario Party 2. We are going to go back and try and, do some gameplay where I just sort of randomize the difficulty and the coin handicaps. Because I'm so good at Mario Party 2, unless I give myself an extreme handicap, there's really not much of a chance of me having that much of a challenge. So I just set a spinner to roll up the the AI difficulty as well as the coin handicap they'll be starting with to my disadvantage. How extreme that handicap will be. Actually, the first level, shucks. The first level, when we get to the Mario 64 part, assuming that it's really, oh shucks. Yeah, assuming that the video works and we actually can watch the videos. Now, I wouldn't go to watch hardcore games where they do a detailed analysis of some of the material. The videos that on this playlist are mostly just sort of out-of-context clips showing the reinserted elements that have been restored and found in these leaks. Because I feel like a short, out-of-context clip, I feel more comfortable watching on a stream like this, whereas someone's actual edited and written proper material that's sort of unique content that's not just what was found in the link, I feel like that's getting a little closer to on the side of stealing content or maybe denying the person who made it the views that would have got if everyone who was watching with me had actually just watched it separately on their own. But just little out of context videos just showing some of these reinserted beta materials or prototype screenshots and footage. I feel more comfortable with that kind of stuff. The reason I chose Weave Hoveland first because the first item, I've set it for random, and there have been new videos being added to this playlist every single day. But one of the first thing on the playlist where it's started at, and I did scramble it, so we're going to be seeing some random things, is they found a beta version of the bully enemies, where the bully actually picks you up and tosses you. It's kind of like a cross between a bully and a Chuckya, those purple guys that run up and grab and throw you. But you have to beat them by knocking them into the lava. So it's like a cross between I think that's what they're called, the Chuckya. So it's like a cross between a Chuckya and the final version of the bully, and it looks kind of more like these bullies look, they're like Bob-ombs, but this prototype version looks a little more robotic, as opposed to something like a Bob-omb. Now there's stars in here I just sort of gave up on getting, and decided I'd come back later perhaps. Now, but in the test I did of watching the videos, through the browser source in OBS, the audio for me was maybe a second behind the video when I was viewing it. But when I looked at my recording, which is what you would have seen on stream, the audio and the video were synced perfectly. So I'd rather it be actually synced properly for me. But if what? Oh my gosh! I deserve that. I just jumped right into that trap. Not even a trap. Oh wow! The bully actually tried to follow me off of the platform and ended up getting defeated by falling in the lava. Well, yeah, if the audio is a couple of seconds behind for me when I watch the videos, that's fine. And some of these prototypes or whatever don't even have sound to go with them anyway. And then, as for... I'd rather it be out of sync for me, as long as the people watching the stream can hear it synced up properly. And based on my testing, it seems like people watching it will get the proper audio syncing. But... oh my gosh. That time I was just... oh yeah, I almost salvaged that one. Now, what frustrates me is no matter how many lives I get, when I come back in here, it just, well, no matter how many lives I get, even if I save, when I restart the game, it sends me back to only having 3 lives. And they finally kind of acknowledge this in Mario Odyssey, the way that, you know, when you die in Mario Odyssey, it just sort of throws you right back in there and takes some coins away. The whole concept of... oh my gosh. The whole concept of a set number of lives is, well, arguably by Super Mario World, but definitely by this point in Mario 64, the concept of having a finite number of lives is really kind of obsolete. I mean, even Oddworld kind of acknowledged that. Just give them infinite lives. They're going to try an infinite number of times anyway. And really, the only real difference having a finite number of lives makes in this game is if I were to get a game over here inside the volcano, it would send me back to the beginning of the castle. Whereas if I do have lives left, it just sends me... it kicks me out the painting. Wow, oh yeah, I actually died. I forgot. I got back to this point so quick, I kind of forgot that I did, in fact, lose a try. There we go. Just tiptoe through here. Okay. Now, alright. Now, I don't remember having these kind of trouble in the DS version. I don't know if they made a system where you could kind of snap into the direction you want to go in. Okay. Oh my gosh. Alright. But at least I can get that far. I don't know. I don't know if it's the depth perception or what, but I'm just not having good luck in terms of making that second pole jump. I believe maybe in Mario 64 DS, which I'm going to stream that possibly later this year. I'm going to go for... I have a number of Game Boy Advance games on my Wii U Virtual Console. I'm playing this on my Wii U that you see right here through the Virtual Console. So I have a number of GBA games on there. But if I'm able to score an Analog Pocket tomorrow, because I will be around waiting for the pre-orders for that to open, if I'm able to score that, once I'm probably going to start... I have a you know, basically all the Game Boy Advance games I purchased when Game Boy Advance was a current system. But in terms of collecting, I never really started with that. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's some butt. Okay, I tried to avoid the lava, but taking the hard landing onto the ground actually damaged me more than it would have if I fell into the lava and then tried to steer for dear life and make it back onto... No, I just gotta make it... Okay. We're good now. And yeah, the faster you run through the heart, the faster it recharges your health. But if you... Well, that's a... I never really understood. It's a good idea theoretically to make him run fast and he restores more of the health. Yeah, there's some pretty cool leaks. I saw the beta Pokemon Diamond and Pearl sprites. It's interesting because some of those beta Diamond and Pearl sprites look like back in like 98, 99 when people were making those really fake Pokegod sprites. Not like when they make a sprite that was supposed to be of what was obviously intended to be a very complex creature, but their artistic skill was so limited, it just looked very basic and pixely. Some of those beta Pokemon Pearl sprites look like that, where they look like fake, like some kid drew it in Microsoft Paint. But you could it's like some of those sprites look like if someone snuck into Game Freak headquarters, saw the artwork of those characters, then tried to recreate from memory what they looked like to leak it before the actual creatures were seen by the public. That's what some of those sprites look like. Some of them look just very slightly different from the final versions, but some of them are like kind of freaky, like how different they look. Well, just some of them just look freaky, almost kind of like disturbing a bit. But no, what really got me was the fact that the beta dungeon from Ocarina of Time that leaked, that beta dungeon that we had only... The beta Octorok that was in some of the first screenshots I ever saw of Ocarina of Time in Game Players magazine, I saw in... Okay, let me try to get this jump. And if... Okay. Okay, we got it. We got it pretty much. Okay, we got it. We're good. No, the fact that the beta Octoroks, like the little pink ones, like the final ones look a little more realistic, so to speak, whereas this one was a really cartoony kind of 3D version of how the Octoroks looked in A Link to the Past. Yeah, the fact that they got that running in the game again, that beta dungeon that with like all the gold sort of brick colored walls that we'd seen some screenshots of in magazines and just a few precious seconds of footage of in videotapes that had been released back before it was even called Ocarina of Time, and people were trying to recreate that from scratch. People like Hard4 Games were trying to like sharpen up like less than 3 or 4 seconds of video footage of this dungeon, and now we just have it, and we just could just run around in it. I never thought we would see this stuff, and I really don't I'm so torn. I don't support the illegal nature of it. The breach of, I feel like almost kind of the breach of privacy. But the fact that we now know the exact day in 1994 that the Mario 64 development project officially began. There's stuff in here, like the history of Yoshi's Island is potentially rewritten now. Because based on what we knew before, just the fact that it was called Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, the game was developed with the intention of making a sequel to Super Mario World, and the story, a lot of what I had read going around the internet, you know, behind the scenes stories or whatever, was basically that, wow, I never saw them well, how they behaved when they were on that. They're not really affected by the gravity. That's interesting. You know, there's another star inside the volcano. I'm gonna go for it. What I heard was basically that Miyamoto was working on a sequel to Super Mario World. Whether it starred Yoshi at this point yet, I think it did. But anyway, he was supposedly, from what I heard and understood, I believe I've heard this enough, and that I feel this is very well vetted, or it may not be the whole story. We certainly know it's not the whole story now, but it was, in good faith, what we understood was, or maybe that was mentioned in interviews here and there, and we pieced it together, was that Miyamoto was working on a sequel to Super Mario World that would have similar graphics to Super Mario World, and other people at Nintendo were pressuring Miyamoto to use the art style and technology used to create Donkey Kong Country, and Miyamoto didn't like that graphical style much, so instead he used the Super FX chip to end up making the sort of coloring book art style of Yoshi's Island. And that's how we got Yoshi's Island on Super Nintendo looking the way it did. But now we found this prototype called Super Donkey with a Rayman-like character. What's in very clearly basically the fully realized art style of Yoshi's Island without Yoshi in it, and this character that resembles Rayman and with no attached legs. Hey, Crime Bee, is that your first time in this stream? I don't remember seeing you in here before. How you doing? Oh wow, this is the first time I actually made these jumps successfully. Yeah, we're gonna play Super Mario World for another, Super Mario 64 for another 20 minutes. This is just a warm-up game. You know, just start it up, just grab a couple of stars. We already grabbed 1 star. And then, I'm pretty new to streaming. This is my 28th stream. I started in April or May. And, oh my gosh. Alright, we did it. We did it. Okay, wow, that wasn't... Yeah, that's hard enough. I guess I do certainly deserve the star at this point if I can make it up those last couple of... Oh, boy. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, we started with 40 stars. We already have 42. Wow. I think that's nearly all the stars in there. Elevator tour in the volcano. One, two, three, blank, and 2 more. I think there's one... Yeah, there's 1 more. Hot log rolling. Alright. Actually, we're gonna go the other way and get the cap. I think we need the wing cap to get to where we're heading for this star. Okay. Well, we got to the island one way or another. Oh my gosh! Oh. I guess... Oh my... Alright. Okay, we're done with that. Oh wow, I read this in the manual and remembered, but I really kind of forgot. Why can't I get any height? Please some height? Please some height? Can I please make it over here at least? Can I please make it onto the platform? Please let me make it. Okay. Okay. Well, we're not gonna do that again. Yeah, just the fact that there's this entire chapter of the development of Yoshi's Island that we would have... Let's be real. Like, when we had the Satoru Iwata Asks interviews, sometimes they would show screenshots of Nintendo prototypes that we never knew about. Like, in one Iwata Asks, they showed... it was around, I think, when the second Kirby game for Wii came out, they showed some screenshots of different Kirby prototypes that never became retail products, and one of them was a prototype for a 3D Kirby game. There's never been a 3D Kirby game before, and they had a prototype for one. Shucks. I forgot the volcano did that sometimes. Maybe it depends on which star you're on. Yeah, they showed a prototype of a 3D Kirby game that had a sort of a 3D 3/4 view that we would have never knew that Nintendo was experimenting with a possible 3D Kirby game. We would have never known that. And what I was getting at was just that, so similarly, there's this whole chapter, this whole stage of Yoshi's Island's development where it's seemingly they had a game with the art style of Yoshi's Island already fully realized, in which Yoshi was not featured at all, and we would have we probably would have never, ever heard about this. And one, like, that's Nintendo's business. Who am I to say that Nintendo has to show us everything they've ever done or worked on, or that I can't... Oh, wow. Oh, I am glad I caught this on camera. Look at this. I've never seen that before. That was some Mario 64's personalized level stuff right there. How do I clip something in real time? Can I clip this now? I'm just going Stream Manager. Clip that. Copy to clipboard. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna go back later and see if I could publish that. And if not, I can just grab it from the broadcast after the fact. But that was something else. That... and it's so funny how this is all happening at once. That we had this whole sort of internet myth or augmented reality game kind of thing about haunted copies of Mario 64, and then they started materializing. It sort of developed in the form of this game where people would play these supposedly leaked prototype versions of Mario 64, in which we'd see known things that were recreations of known beta builds of the game. Wow. Okay, that warped me right out of my, I keep forgetting that warp point is there. Yeah, they would make, fake beta builds of the game, and then have haunted stuff happen, you know, with using special effects and fake glitches and creepy voices, to sort of play into this myth of, you know, these haunted copies of Mario 64, then the actual beta stuff for Mario 64, stuff that hasn't been touched or played since 1995, suddenly appears. You know, it leaks for real. And the videos that are posting these actual leaks of these early builds of Mario 64 have to put, this is not a Mario 64's customized video. This is a real, actual beta Mario 64. Why isn't it letting me warp back out? Okay, there we go. I have to remember not to stand there. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm just trying to be... Yeah, it's like... Yeah, it's like... Well, heck, it's just like getting into Area 51, regardless... I mean, and just even knowing for sure what's even really in there. I mean, oh my gosh, I almost made it. I almost made it over here. Now I have to not stand in that spot, because that's the spot that actually cost me my my run before. Yeah, it is not at all surprising to me that they were able to find Luigi, given the other... Oh my... No. Okay, we're gonna have to try this again. Either that, or I'm gonna have to just not be cheap with the wing cap and do it legitimately. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the... We only have 12 minutes left. Let's go for this last star on Lethal Lava Land. And then the first video I have happens to be of that beta enemy that they reprogrammed back to the Lethal Lava Land. So, yeah, on one hand... Yeah, that's what I was getting at before the freaky log incident. Was that, yeah, it's not my place to say that we're owed to know these things. It's not, I think it's wrongful entitlement to say that we're owed to, or deserve to know these things. But for preservationists and historians, like, I mean, people have written entire books about the development of Earthbound and how that its translation from Japanese to English. Let's say someone wrote a book about Yoshi's Island, and they cared about that their whole lives. It was like their favorite game. They wrote books about it. And had, you know, people have sites dedicated for particular games. Let's say someone was a Yoshi's Island fan, and they thought they knew everything they could about it, and all of a sudden we have this whole new chapter in that game's history that would have never been known, ever, by anyone. And when the Star Fox source code leaked, the Star Fox 2 source code, like, the people from Argonaut who made the game said, I'm impressed that leaks because I mean, the original audio files from Star Fox, well, the high-res, the uncompressed audio files from Star Fox 64 leaked, and, like, most of the time, like, in Star Fox 64, most of the dialogue is via radio communications between the different ships, so it kind of makes sense, that grainy sound, but now we have the original, clean, uncompressed audio files from before they were compressed to fit on the cartridge, and when they did Star Fox 64 3D, they brought back as many of the original voice actors as they could and re-recorded all of the lines from scratch. Which implies that, as far as whoever was responsible for the development of that game was concerned, they probably didn't have access to the uncompressed audio files. So these files that were hacked out of Nintendo by some maniac behind a computer, these possibly were lost, or believed lost or destroyed by Nintendo themselves when they went to remake the game. Well, I know Star Fox 64 was handled by a third party that was contracted out to do it, but, I mean, Nintendo would have provided them with, I'm sure, as many resources as they could for this, and like, so those Star Fox 64 audio files were apparently lost by Nintendo themselves. Oh my gosh, almost. And then someone from Argonaut, when the Star Fox 2 source code leaked, they were like, well, what they said, and I'm very glad that Star Fox 2 was legitimately officially released before this happened, because I think it would really suck. I know there are ROMs that were nearly complete that had leaked over the years, but for a final retail-ready version of Star Fox 2 to have leaked and only be available through illegitimate means, that's the thing. I want these things to be lawfully, legitimately available whenever as possible. Like, when I say, I mean, there's preservation. Some people do conflate preservation with easily being accessed by the public, and those aren't necessarily the same things. So there's some times when like, if a ROM site gets a cease and desist notice and they have to take down their, Nintendo ROMs, people say, oh, this is a blow to game preservation, and it's not, it's a blow to your easy access to the game on that particular site, and let's be real, any Nintendo ROM I want, if I wanted to pirate it, I go on Google, I could find it within minutes. I mean, the site might have a bunch of creepy spyware on it, but I could find a Nintendo ROM through Google within, if I wanted to. So it's a particular site being taken down, but people will say, like, oh, that's a blow to preservation, and that's not what true preservation is. Preservation is, like, there's one copy of this unreleased game, it's sitting on a cartridge, like an EPROM, which is much more fragile than a retail normal cartridge release. It could be dropped and broken. It could suffer data loss just sitting there, just through the physical age of the cartridge. Those temporary flash cartridges. Hey, Jeremy, I want to say this right. Coma Renicki? The RN. I've never seen that name before, so I like to break it up into 3-letter segments when I see new names and just try to sound it out as best I can. If I'm saying that correctly, let me know. If not, please excuse me. I started with 40 stars at this session, and we're up to 42. I want to see if we can grab at least one more and complete the last regular star in Lethal Lava Land. We're just playing Mario 64, just grabbing a few stars as a bit of a warm-up before we move on to. We're gonna watch some of the what's called the Gigaleak. We're gonna watch some of the footage of some of the restored and discovered material that's been discovered through this leak. And I was saying, the entire history of many of these games has been completely rewritten because of this, and it's a great. I mean, I mean, if they go into leaking, you know, I love this sort of, you can see how primitive this is, how so many of these levels, I think one cool thing about the fact that these are supposed to be paintings, that Mario's sort of jumped into this sort of glimpse of a world, the world just within this painting, in each of these courses, is the fact that it gives the developers an in-universe excuse to have these be these sort of, these dioramas that are just floating in cyberspace. I mean, no attempt, look at the design here. No attempt's been being made to show the fact that the stage just ends there, but the fact that it is a sort of a glimpse, this little fragment of a world captured in a magical painting, sort of provides some context for that. And sort of provides an excuse for that. And now this is actually the first time this playthrough that I've started 3 or 4 streams ago. I did 2 or 3 streams of just playing Mario 64, and what I'm doing now is I'm gonna play Mario 64 maybe a half hour at the beginning of my streams, and then move on to other things. The next game I'm gonna play maybe a couple hours of Mario Party 2 later, but first I thought we maybe I haven't watched a lot of these, the footage of these restored beta elements that have been rediscovered in Mario 64. Well, I mean, that have been restored into all these different leaked materials. Just the fact that that test dungeon from Zelda 64, before it was even called Ocarina of Time, I remember being in the school bus, in like 96, looking at my friend who had this Game Player's magazine, and he's like, look at this, it's Zelda 64, and seeing these screenshots of this dungeon, and seeing the screenshots of these beta Octoroks that look like the Octoroks from Link to the Past, but in 3D, as opposed to the final version, which I guess you could say were a bit more realistic and squid-like. And, oh, excuse me, I can't get up there. I'm just gonna... Alright, there we go. Alright, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to jump my way out of here. Oh wait, if I do the I'm just trying not to... Yeah, this game always looks great to me. Okay, this wasn't as hard to climb up as I thought it was going to be. This is the first time I've done this since Yeah, but this is actually the first time I've played this since 1990... I got this in, like, January 97 when it first came out. And I didn't go from Super Mario World to Mario 64. N64 was my first home system. I had the Game Boy before that. I got the Game Boy in 95. That was my first Nintendo system. I didn't go from Mario 64. I didn't go from Super Mario World to Mario 64. I went from Super Mario Land 2 to Mario 64. So this was an incredible leap forward to me. That just sort of made my brain melt. We only have a couple minutes left. Let's go up to... we got the key to the upstairs before. This is the first time going in there. And I'm just going to gradually, just, you know, at the start of a stream. But, yeah, so we're going to play a couple of hours of Mario 64 after this. And when I got up here, I'm like, why is there another... And I tried to jump into it to see if maybe it would take me to another part of Bob-omb Battlefield. I forgot. Yeah, this is my first time playing Mario 64 since maybe... 99 I can't have played this game since 99. Now, I did play the DS remake when that came out in 2004, but once I beat that, I really haven't touched the game again since then. So I'm really, a lot of stuff is genuinely surprising me. Like, I looked through the manual. You had made your brain melt. You had the Genesis before this generation of systems. Now, I was a Sega kid originally. And, okay, that's the new painting. I was a Sega kid originally. I grew up with the Game Gear. I got the Game Gear in 1991 with the original Sonic the Hedgehog. I played Sonic on Game Gear as my first game I played on stream. My VODs, if you look on my little scrolling information ticker on the bottom, the commands are coming across right now. And it'll show the command to go and look at my VODs on YouTube. nearly all of my surviving VODs. If, like, there are a couple of streams I had to cut after just a few minutes because I used to have internet connection problems because I needed a new modem. Oh, shucks. Yeah, this is where the levels start getting brutal with those bottomless pits. Yeah, I grew up with Game Gear, and in '91, I actually got to, I have the analog, I'm playing this on the Wii U, but I have the analog Mega SG with the Game Gear adapter, so I was actually able to play Sonic the Hedgehog using my actual childhood Sonic the Hedgehog cartridge, which was really cool. And even though I've been playing it since '91, I never really went back to explore the game and beat it until I started streaming. So I was able to play my childhood cartridge on stream. I'm going to go back to that eventually to build up my skill in it. Oh, you had a PS1 and looked for the equivalent of this game in that library. I don't know if it existed. Gex the Gecko seemed close back then. I guess the equivalent would have to be Star Fox 60... excuse me. Crash Bandicoot. Oh, that's my timer. Okay. We're going to, Now, I've never done this on stream before. Now, I'm going to... Well, first, well, let's exit. Now, we're going to... I'm just going to go back to the menu. So that when we go back for... No. Let's see. Here we go. Now, this is the first time I'm doing this on stream. The audio should be a couple of seconds delayed for me, but in my test for the actual people watching, the audio synced up properly. These are, now, what we're going to see first, and I have a monitor in front of me that's on top of my DVD VCR that I use for video editing. It's a VCR with HDMI out. Yes, I got one of the last VCRs ever made, and that's what and it has HDMI out, and I use that with my video card to do some video editing stuff as well, but and my monitor that I play my video games on is here. And now I'm looking at my broadcast software, because that is where I've got I've got the different parts of, okay, I have to click interact. And we're gonna start with an enemy that was, hey, Similarian, how you doing? Yeah, I started off with just a half hour on Mario 64, grab a couple of stars to warm up. It was my last couple of weeks I've been playing Mario 64. I actually started playing it by coincidence. I already scheduled this the day all those beta levels leaked as part of this leak. And, hey, Hustino, how you doing? Now, look at this beta. Now, tell me, this is a beta version of it looks a little kind of rope. Oh, shucks. Okay, it's working. Now, this is a beta version of this is a beta version of the bully, and he's kind of like those purple Bob-omb-like things that throw you around. I think they're called Chuckyas. So this is like a beta. I'm going to set my personal time for maybe 40 minutes. If it's not working out, we're not feeling it, we'll move on. So this was a bully, but instead of just bumping into Mario, it looks like this guy launches him around. Now, most of the stuff in this playlist, this playlist has been updated daily since these leaks have been coming out. Now I'm gonna look at these little clips of sort of out of context. Yeah, of these sort of just gameplay clips of restored beta elements and prototypes. I won't watch something like. I know Hard for Games did a video where he's actually analyzing it and talking about it. That is, I think, a little closer to someone's actual, derivative work of this. And I feel like that's sort of maybe depriving or cheating the content creator out of the views as if everyone here was just watching this on their own. But these little just clips of just restored elements and just things showing it, I think I feel more comfortable. And I have this on shuffle. I don't know what's going to come up next. If something is coming up that's not too interesting, we could just skip to ahead. I have it on shuffle, so I don't know what's going to show up next. Now, for those of you watching, this should be your audio is synced up properly, right? I know for me, looking at this through my broadcast software, it is set up that. Oh, and Similarian, I already clipped this. I set this once I finish streaming. I'll clip this. I already have it highlighted for myself to clip later. we got encountered a glitch where I was stuck under a log with 0 health, and it was taking like a minute for, I was trapped with no life, and it was taking about 20 seconds for the game to register the death, and it really was kind of like one of those creepy, like, Mario 64's personalized videos. And it's just so crazy how, okay, here we go, this is that Yoshi's Island prototype. Is this, no, this isn't the Super Donkey prototype. Now, this is an hour-long video. We're not going to watch this whole thing. Now, it's been so long since I played Yoshi's... I have not really played through Yoshi's Island since maybe 2001. Now, this is using... If you can hear the sound on this, this is using sound... This is using music from Super Mario World 1. Now... This is so surreal. It's using music, the main theme from Super Mario World. But look how relatively developed all of this is. Now, this isn't what I thought it was going to be based on the title at first. But, if you don't know, one of these, a prototype called Super Donkey... Now, as from what we knew, based on different interviews over the years and behind-the-scenes little anecdotal stories... Wow, that is so weird hearing the Mario... The Super Mario World level complete theme and Yoshi's Island. It seems like the music, I don't know how, because I haven't played Yoshi's Island since maybe 2002 on Super Nintendo. Beat point. What is, look at that. Beat point, miss point. Those were definitely taken out by the end. Time point, flower point, beat point, and miss point. Yeah, as from what I oh, excuse me. Let me pause this. Well, I don't have to pause it, but let me just change my category to just chatting, and I'll change the title. Oh, so it was, hey, Kalaka boy. So you see my stream tomorrow? All right. I won't be doing this viewing party thing tomorrow, so you might want to check out the VOD for that. You know, or just check out the original playlist. If anyone wants a link to this playlist, I could give it to them. Just change it to just chatting. Yeah, Nintendo Gigaleak viewing party. There we go. So no one comes in here expecting Mario 64. Now, because I haven't played this since 2002, and I remember when I got Yoshi's Island in 2001. Because it was right, I remember it was right after 9/11, and I just got a Super Nintendo just to, you know, something fun to do. Because at the time I got my Super Nintendo, I got it from FuncoLand. I got a used one from FuncoLand, and I would just talk to people I knew, who I knew that had Super Nintendo, and just ask them for their Super Nintendo games. They would just give them to me. And in '98, I think it was, when I got my NES, my friend, they just threw out their NES. It was in the garbage. And I asked them, can I have the NES that's in the garbage? They said, yeah, take it. That's how I got my NES. People were just throwing these things away at the time. No one thought that these were like, special. They were just old. Because it's crazy. In 2001, I got this game, and I remember thinking, man, this game is so old. And this is 2001. This game came out in 95. So, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 2000, 2001. So, in 2001, when I got this game seemed super old. That game was 6 years old. So, in 2000, okay, so 2020 minus 6. So, that would be like playing a game from 2014. Let's see, what's the game that came out in 2014? Super Mario Maker. Didn't that come out in 2014? So yeah, that's crazy. So I played this in 2001, and people were like, "Wow, this is such an old game." And nowadays, that would be like if I were to play Super Mario Maker. This game is as old now as this game was as old in 2001 as Super Mario Maker is now in 2020. And we can just move on to the next game, and I can't say too much on this just because of the fact that I don't remember too much of the actual stage layouts of this game, because I haven't played it, you know, since like 2002 at the latest. And I will be playing this on stream. I have the Super Nintendo Classic. Just have to move to interact, because this is over an hour of footage of this version of the game. I'll just skip to over here. and I don't want to skip the go ahead. That I don't want to use that button because that will, I think, scramble. It will take off the shuffle feature. Wow, this is using the final boss music of the game. Oh, excuse me. You can see. Can you see my mouse on screen? I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that 47. No, we're just gonna. What is that sound? Is that something? Now look at that icon in the middle, where it's like an icon of Yoshi's hand throwing the egg. And I think in this version, Yoshi doesn't look like he's eating. Wow, it's like glitching out. Or is that a debug feature, maybe? I don't know. But in a few seconds, it's gonna move on to the next video. Okay, in just a few more seconds. There we go. Okay, let's see what. Early Ikana, bottom of the well, intended for Ocarina of Time disk drive restoration. So they found stuff that I think they found the. Now, there was lots of talk back when Ocarina of Time was, before it was coming out, and then after, about something called Ura Zelda, which was going to be, I guess, like a 64 DD expansion for The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Now, as I understand, Ocarina of Time was originally intended for the 64 DD. They moved it to the vanilla N64. Then there was going to be an N64 expansion for this game. And eventually they released Master Quest, which had some remixed dungeons. Like, the dungeon layouts were remixed, but I don't... And I think some of those remixes may have been intended for Ura Zelda, but that Master Quest was not Ura Zelda or the 64 DD expansion for Ocarina of Time. But now they apparently found actual material that was for the disk drive expansion for Ocarina of Time, and among that was the Skulltula spider houses that we found that were used in Majora's Mask. So we found elements from Majora's Mask that were originally going to be used in the disk drive expansion for Ocarina of Time. Now I've never played all the way through Majora's Mask, so I can't comment too much on this stuff. Now, I don't know if we'll get to see it, but look at this. High quality Zelda item textures, Zipway's talking about. Well, let's skip. I'm gonna go through a few of these at random at first. Let's give another 15 minutes of just. Oh, let me mute that. Yeah, I don't know if. Oh, we could skip the ad. Okay. Okay. Skip. Okay, this is what. I've never played Super Ghouls and Ghosts or Ghosts and Goblins, so this doesn't do much for me. Oh, then I'm going to. Yeah, let's go to this. I already looked through. Okay, this is Star Fox 2 stuff. Now, I'm blind. I've never played. Oh, hey, Dotafra, how's it going? We just grabbed a couple of stars in Mario 64. And now we're looking at all this Nintendo Gigaleak stuff. I'm played Star Fox 64. I've never played the original Star Fox or Star Fox 2. So once again, unfortunately, I can't say much. I don't really know what I'm looking at or what's different here. So, I mean, I guess a lot of the interesting stuff here is me just commenting on stuff I'm familiar with and how it's different from my history of having maybe seen some of these things in magazine screenshots ages ago and how what's changed since then. So, I mean, me looking at a game I've never even seen the actual retail version of. SNES Dev Tool. Look at these this looks like a DOS game. I've never seen this before. I've never even heard about this. No, this straight up looks like a DOS game, like an MS-DOS game from 1991. That's what this looks like right now. SNES Dev Tool. This is... What are these graphics of this? Just that mountain and these little tiny guys running around? Now this is... I don't know. I mean, it might look like I'm hamming this up a bit, but I'm honestly... This is so... Because it's one thing when I know about, oh, they found a prototype of this, they found a prototype of that. This I never even heard about before. Goku Kaku hit start? Okay, let's mute that. This is what happens if you put beta sprites in BS Zelda, I guess. Now, I know... Now, I've never... I know all about the history of BS Zelda, but I've never seen much of it. If you don't know, BS Zelda was, well, first off, it's what a lot of people called Wind Waker when it was first revealed. But aside from that, there was a satellite. Hey, Zipboy113, how's it going? There was a satellite service in Japan in the mid-90s for the Super Famicom that broadcast downloadable games to your system, and one of those was this weird remake of the first Legend of Zelda. And this was broadcast in live, and people would play the game in unison as there was a simultaneous radio broadcast where there was a live, like, DJ on the radio or something like that was talking over the game and narrating what was going on. And it's one of those things that's almost impossible. No emulation can truly emulate what it was like to play this strange live broadcast satellite game experience with a live DJ narrating it to everyone playing. And this is the first time I heard the music, just hearing these Super NES remixes of the original Legend of Zelda. Now, I can't even comment on what these betas, what this may be like compared to the version of BS Zelda that actually was broadcast back in the 90s. And they found one game. Yeah, we're doing a late night stream. We just played a half-hour Mario 64 to warm up, and we're looking at all this beta stuff that's been... Oh, excuse me. You're trying to get me... I'm not trying to pirate the freaking Muppets with this. Okay, I'm gonna have to get... Yeah. It stood for the other Star Fox 2. Star Fox 2 CES. Now... Yeah, it was a super... no, it was... if it's hard... No, there might be other things using the BS Zelda... This I can't... I'm gonna skip this because I never played... I don't know anything about the Super Nintendo Star Fox games. I played Star Fox 64. I'm blind for these games pretty much. I'm gonna play them on the Super NES Classic on stream sometime. So I'm gonna skip this just because it's not gonna be good viewing just to look at some stuff I can't even comment on because I haven't even played any other versions or can comment much on it. Look at this. I've seen this before. Yoshi's Island sprite leak. This version of, I guess, the final boss of Yoshi's Island, spoilers, but his face, he looks like a Moomin. He looks like a Moomin character, this early version of Bowser, with, like, the big rounded snout. Alright. We're just gonna... Star Fox 2 boss fight. Okay. Yeah, it was a... Yeah, hey, Hustino.
There was a huge leak from Nintendo. It included a lot of scratched Mario 64 data, the Mario 64 source code, and a lot of stuff from other games as well.
Because he's just covering this and just showing stuff, I'm gonna stick with this one. But if it's something that's more complex, like original content that's using... I will skip it, because that's more like actual original material.
Inside the original ROM. If he finished the code...
Yeah, because I know for years they were talking about... In Mario 64, there are references to levels that were no longer in the game. Like, I guess, broken links, as you will, in the programming to these, like, menus that list these levels that wouldn't load. Now we found those levels and we have them again. That is the wildest thing ever. I mean, just the fact that they recreated the beta HUD.
Get this to run on N64 pretty well.
So they actually got the split screen Mario 64 to run.
The model is a custom one instead of the official one, but the official one would work on N64 just as well. I can't give out the actual ROM or a patch to it because I am already in Nintendo's crossfire. However, if you want to check out the multiplayer mod with the custom model, you can check out the previous version I made. Unfortunately, I do not.
Yeah, that's another thing. How Nintendo's going to react to this because
frankly, we already have something that is just as good as the source code, but it is still really interesting to see what Nintendo had planned.
Yeah, because
assets went unused. I'm excited to see.
Yeah, there's that beta, a beta version of the bully that actually grabbed and threw you. Yeah, this guy looks like he's actually one of the people restoring some of these beta elements to the game itself. So this is Keize Emanuar. Yeah, this is someone to keep an eye on for this stuff. Now, if you want to look, if you type in Nintendo Gigaleak Mega Thread, you'll find this playlist. Now, this is, I'm really going to have to freaking if I'm gonna use YouTube for streaming stuff, I really am gonna have to bite the bullet and pay for YouTube bread, aren't I? Because these ads and stuff are really killer. I've never seen. I mean, we're gonna move on to Mario. My stream number is incorrect. Hold on. I know the stream number doesn't actually matter, but I just realized the stream number in my my ticker on down there is incorrect, so I'm gonna have to fix that. There we go. Street number 2021528. There we go. Now it's correct. Now I could actually watch the stream again. I actually watch the video again. You just have to. Okay, that's almost over. So that was just him running through that test area. I have to click interact. Excuse me. This is the first time I've done a YouTube watching thing. Okay, Star Fox 64 cut cow character. Alright, I'm gonna skip this one because I don't know much about the actual the final version of Star Fox 2, so I can't really comment much on this. Alright. Wow, listen to this music. This is totally different music. It's much more, I guess, sort of kiddie sounding. I mean, what else can I describe it as? It's a lot. It's much more relaxy, kind of like a child's music box kind of music for this. Okay, that was nice and simple. Oh, here we go. Super Donkey Kong Nintendo prototype footage. Now, from the history of what we knew about Yoshi's Island, was that Miyamoto was working on a sequel to Super Mario World, and it was going to look a lot like Super Mario World, whether it involved Yoshi or whatever. And I guess other people at Nintendo wanted him to use the technology and art style from Donkey Kong Country, and Miyamoto, we know he has expressed criticism of Donkey Kong Country's art style. And he instead used the Super FX chip, which Donkey Kong Country didn't use the Super FX chip. That was just using different techniques to create the graphics, but it didn't actually use the Super FX chip. Instead, he used the Super FX chip to make the art style that was seen in Yoshi's Island. Therefore, we have the coloring book art style on Yoshi's Island, and that it became the game we know of. Based on multiple interviews, behind-the-scenes stories over the years, we pieced together this is what we knew of to be the history of Yoshi's Island on Super Nintendo. And now we have this. All of a sudden we have a game called Super Donkey or Super Donkey Kong. Who is this character with this limbless character resembling Rayman? Like before, I mean, Rayman may have been in development at the time here. Look at this boss. I've never seen this. I knew about this prototype. I've never seen this boss before. I mean, the art style that became Yoshi's Island is almost fully formed here, and it has nothing to do with Yoshi. And it's called Super Donkey. Is this supposed to be Jumpman? Is this as a separate character from Mario? Is this supposed to be Stanley the Bugman from Donkey Kong 3? Because it's called Super Donkey, but what's donkey about this? There's no donkeys in the game. There's no Donkey Kong that we could see. I mean, is it something like Sonic Crackers, where they just gave it any old name just for the heck of it because no one was going to see this? Like, was this a game that got canceled and they reused the art style for? Now here, this is that element, like in Yoshi's Island, a lot of the bosses are transformed normal enemies that Kamek uses magic on and turns. Now he's holding a cannon there? And this guy, he has like a pilot's helmet and goggles, and it looks like he can fly around a little bit. He's shooting these things out of this cannon-looking thing. Oh, look, those monkeys are straight from Yoshi's Island. The monkeys were almost totally unchanged when they made Yoshi's Island. Wow. But that's the thing. On one hand, we're not entitled to this. We're not entitled to know about this and see this. But for the purpose of it, for historical purposes and preservation purposes, all of a sudden there's this entirely new chapter to the development of Yoshi's Island, which became an entire series and franchise in its own right in Nintendo's pantheon of games and series. And apparently it started at some point was going to be an entirely new Nintendo franchise having nothing to do with Mario. Like, this is... Yeah, let's actually watch through to the end of this, because to me this is incredible. Now, if this leak ends up... I mean, for things that provide new elements of gaming history... Now, they found a complete retail-ready copy of some game for NES that was never released, and supposedly the hackers found this ROM file attached to an archived email from 1994 or 5, and then I'm like, they have Nintendo emails from the early 90s when most people weren't even using the internet and email yet. I guess Nintendo, these big companies were using it at that point. And okay, so we're talking early 90s confidential Nintendo emails. It's possible that we could have emails in this leak between Nintendo and Sony talking about the original PlayStation before, when it was still a joint venture between Nintendo and Sony. Like, if emails from that leak, that rewrites gaming history, potentially. I mean, depending on what isn't, if let's say those kind of emails exist and they leak the contents of them, we could find out the actual deal where either Nintendo, may actually see the moment where communication between Nintendo and Sony broke down. And like, I don't like. Oh, okay. I'm glad we're gonna watch this. I never played Pokemon Pearl, but I'm a huge Pokemon fan. I'm familiar with all the different. I'm familiar with all these different. Now, on the right, if you're... Oh, excuse me. Okay. Look at this. Okay, on the left is this prototype version, and on the right is the final version. And some of these sprites look like someone broke into Game Freak headquarters, saw the artwork of the sprite, then ran away and escaped with only the memory of it, and tried to recreate from memory what the Pokemon looked like in the hand-drawn artwork. Now, okay, I could just use the spacebar for this. Now, a lot of these are nearly identical, with just slightly different shading or slightly different coloration. But yeah, like some of these are literally identical. Some are just very slightly different. Now look at this. Look at Shinx here. Is this? I believe this is Shinx. The one on the left has tinier eyes, tinier, beadier eyes, more realistic, you could say. And the only differences are, like, his eyes are littler, and he has a little black tuft of fur on his top of his head instead of the little cowlick with the same colored fur. And to me, that so significantly changes the vibe you get off the character. Now, what I wonder is if the artwork was changed, and then they had changed the sprites to reflect the updated artwork, or if they made the sprites first and then did the artwork later. Because I believe with Pokemon Red and Blue, or Red and Green originally in Japan, as I understand it, they did the sprite work for the monsters first and then created the watercolor art based on that. Now, let's look at... Now, yeah, the eyes are a little different. The shading's a little different, but it's the design... The eyes are even a little closer to the... Yeah, this is even less of a departure than the previous version. Okay, yeah, this is just... They just made it... Yeah, they just tightened up the design a little bit, pretty much. But some of these designs... Yeah, this one's identical. Nearly identical. Yeah, this is Cranidos, I believe. Now, excuse me, I know all the Pokemon... I know of them, I've seen them all before, but I don't necessarily remember all their names, and especially for Diamond and Pearl, because I played the DS remix of Gold and Silver, and I played Black and White, and Black 2 and White 2, but I never played Diamond and Pearl. That's the only main generation of Pokemon, the main Pokemon games. I never played Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum. So everything I know about Diamond and Pearl and Platinum is basically through watching the anime at that time, which I actually was following. So, wow, Rampardos significantly changed the design there. The coloration's completely different. The feet are different. I don't know, the feet I think look a little better in the beta version. They just look maybe a little sturdier. I don't know. For like all the weight that this thing is carrying. Gibble and Bastodon look the same. These Wurmple line. Wow, okay, this is Combi. Yeah, the beta version, they look almost like Diglets and little honeycomb things. Okay. Now this is starting to get into what I was talking about before, where if you remember, if you were around on the internet in the early 90s, or maybe watched some videos covering this, how in the early 90s, in the late 90s rather, there were a lot of, fake Pokemon rumors and screenshots of the alleged Pokegods, and the flat, basic nature of these fake sprites that were made as hoaxes, it reminds me a lot of, like some of the way how just the lack of depth, it's much more two-dimensional. Yeah, this is what some of these beta sprites remind me of. Pachiriso looks the same. Buizel looks the same. Floatzel looks the same. The Cherries guys have got their name. These guys look the same. Shellos looks the same. Drifloon looks the same. Baneri looks the same. Yeah, a lot of these are pretty much the same, but just with slightly different shading. Chimecho's the same. Stunky, Stuntank are the same. Yeah, this one, I guess they didn't want it to look so flat, maybe. The eyes look a little smaller, but it's basic. Yeah, they just changed its coloration a bit, but some of these, it's like with some of these, I've seen this whole video before, but this is the first time I've looked at it since then, but some of these redesigns are as though, look at this. Alright, we've got an insect friend hanging out on the wall here. And we do not harm non-harmful insects. And you He's wiggling his antenna around. Yeah, he could stay there. He's gonna stay. He's been sitting there for a while. He's just hanging out there. I'll let him out later. If it was something harmful, you know, I might have to take drastic measures. But we're going to be kind to non-noxious insects here. Now, but this sprite here, this looks like someone tried to describe what Gibble looks like over the phone to someone, and they had to, and the person on the other end had to make the sprite work based on their description of it, and they got the color wrong. This whole, yeah, this is crazy. The fact that it was originally a four-legged design, and they turned it, and like the shark-like elements kind of aren't really here yet. Now this is kind of a shame, because the beta version of, what's this one called? Garchomp? Yeah, the beta Garchomp, this almost deserves to still be its own Pokemon. This is a pretty cool design, in my opinion. The final one, I think, is better, but I mean, if in the parallel universe where they went with the red beta design, I would have said the purple design, probably the actual one in our that we know, probably also deserves to exist. That's just a cool design, but it's just so different from. All right. Yeah, so Lucario's pretty fully. What now? Look at this. This is. They totally. I forgot what this called. Is this Hippowdon? What is this name? Pokemon's name? I forgot. I mean, I'm the Gen 4 of the Pokemon I'm least familiar with, aside from Sword and Shield, which I have not played yet either. It's just the beta version just looks like a hippo. It looks just like my mom's hippo. They just took a real hippopotamus and made it cartoony. If you get that reference. But yeah, it's just a hippo, and I can see why they said, hey, we need to make this more distinctive so that if people see this, they can tell it's a Pokemon and not just a gray hippopotamus, Now this design, the beta version at least looks distinctive, but man, like they really went and changed up the, no, Drapion looks the same pretty much. Croagunk looks the same. Toxicroak looks the same. Now this is crazy to me. This one really looks like someone made like a Game Boy Color sprite. Yeah, that's what it looks like. The beta sprite. Now, this is Cosmic Brain. I'm doing this like I'm crazy. This is Cosmic Brain time right here, maybe. But when we saw those, when like a year or a year and a half ago, when those beta Pokemon Gold Space World 2000 Pokemon 99 or 2000 leaked. No, it was Space World 98 or 99. We saw sprites that were of some Pokemon that didn't appear until like Gen 3 or 4 in those sprite sheets. That Pokemon that wouldn't be used until generations later that they're originally considering for Pokemon Gold. Now look at this. This to me, this is Carnivine. The Carnivine beta sprite looks suspiciously, in my opinion, similar to a sprite that could have appeared on Game Boy Color or Game Boy Advance, and Carnivine did not appear until the DS games, the first DS games, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Could this be a sprite of the DS? Like maybe they had conceived of Carnivine for the DS. I mean, for Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, or for the Pokemon Gold and Silver, decided not to use them, shelved the concept, and when they decided we're going to put Carnivine in here, maybe as a placeholder sprite, use the old sprite they may have had, or based on an old sprite they had of how he might have looked on Game Boy Advance or on Game Boy Color. That's because that's what this looks like to me. Because the level of detail, it's just too. It looks way too simplistic. Because there were some sprites where it was an early concept of what the Pokemon might be like, but this is just so different to me. Now this design, I feel like the final version is better, but You know what the left version looks like? The beta version looks like a Digimon to me. That looks like a Digimon design to me. This thing about the eye, the way the reflection in the eye is drawn, it just resembles Digimon to me. Okay, let's keep going. This one was the same. This... They changed it, but it's basically the same idea here. Totally unchanged as far as I could see. Excuse me, let me... Yeah, they changed his pose a bit, made it a little more, so you could see his face a bit better. Yeah, what is... I forgot the Togepi Evolution's final name, Happiny? Yeah, very plain looking in this beta sprite. Like, they didn't think to... I think more strongly carried over the sort of motifs of the pre-evolution forms of it in the final version. So it's definitely an improvement. This is... You know, it's really the same concept. They just sort of made the colors pop a bit more. Leafeon was basically the same. Yeah, they made the sprite for... I forgot his name, this guy's name, but they made the sprite a little bigger and more... This guy's base... Porygon 2 is the same. The colors... Now look at this. This is another one of these sprites. That is like... Alright. I really feel... I'll be... I mean, this is almost... I find this weirdly unnerving. Well, first off, Nosepass is just a weird design anyway. It's a really weird design. And possibly in ways that I don't want to get to on stream for reasons of causing controversy. Not that I'm not offended by it, but it's just an interesting design in many aspects. And even if you take those potentially problematic things away, it's just like, what the heck is this? But anyway, the beta version, it is so simplistic. This really does look like a sprite someone made in MS Paint in a matter of moments. Like, was this taken from a Game Boy Color or Game Boy Advance build where they were considering this Pokemon and decided to not use it, and then when they decided they were going to put it in this later version of the game, but it hadn't updated the design yet, they just reused a Game Boy Color or Game Boy Advance sprite? Because aside from that, there's almost no explanation as to... I mean, there's some that are just, okay, we updated the design a bit. This is like placeholder graphics, where it's like, okay, we need to have the Pokemon functioning in the game for the purpose of playtesting, but we just didn't even make the actual Pokemon sprite at all. Look at and Rotom, this is another one where it's like, yeah, they very possibly could have just, yeah, this could either be just a flat-out placeholder, just with a general idea of what it's supposed to be, but, yeah, this is definitely an improvement with this one, but it's interesting to see how crazy the design went. Alright. Getting into the legendaries now. These are, the Lake Trio is all basically the same. The colors... on Dialga are a little bit updated. A Heatran which I actually did not realize for a long time was even... I did not realize this was a legendary Pokemon for a long time, actually. Because I never played Gen 4, so... But yeah, they updated his helmet, like, thing a bit. Get better depth on his, like, teeth, if you can call them that. Yeah, this is another one of those sprites where it's like someone... broke into Game Freak headquarters, saw the artwork, went home, and tried to recreate it from memory in MS Paint, is what this looks like to me. Now, this is wild. Look at this. Night and day difference. This is one of the ones that, I mean, just, I don't know, something about just discovering these things, it makes me have like a sort of a spine-tingling moment that Giratina was once planned to be this thing, and if you look at it, if you look at the sprite carefully on the left, this beta sprite, it has 6 legs. It has 3 legs on one side and 3 on the other, and it was going to be more dog-like with legs, with wings. And so the only thing that carried over to the final version are the wings and it having 6 legs. But other than that, it's just a totally different design and creature. And it's funny because in, like, Giratina looks like it matches with Palkia and Dialga and with Arceus. Whereas this beta Giratina looks nothing like Dialga or Palkia or Arceus. And maybe that's why they changed the design. And yes, I do say it Arceus because in the US dub of the Arceus of the film concerning that Pokemon, everyone calls him Arceus. So that's what I go with. I know Dr. House calls him Arceus. But, you know, Dr. House probably never saw that movie, so. Alright, let's keep going. Meh. Okay, these are all the same. Now, this is another one of those ones where it's like... Okay, this design on the left looks straight up like a Pokegod design from 2001. Not even 2000 was too late for Pokegod stuff. This looks like a Pokegod sprite that came off of GeoCities Pokemon rumor page in 1999 is what this looks like to me. And the Game Freak saw this fan-made fake sprite from 2000 from like 99 and made a real Pokemon out of it. Now, this is interesting because Shaman, the design is affected. The whole concept of this creature is the same between the beta and the final. It's just that the beta version is so it's just has no detail on it at all. And this is another one of those ones where it's like, okay, was this originally a Game Boy Color sprite or something? And they just spruced it, and they re-imported it into Pokemon Diamond and Pearl as a beta thing, or you know, just as a placeholder once they decide they're going to reuse this Pokemon concept that might have originally appeared on the GBA or GBC. Okay, look at this. This has to be. Now the coloring on it is similar to, and once again, I don't know why. I just have this creepy this like feeling like when you read a ghost story. Or like there's something behind you. That kind of weird, eerie feeling just seeing this never before seen stuff. And I get this feeling back in the day when I look at, you know, beta content or hidden content or secret stuff in video games on websites late at night. And it's like 12:30 where I'm at right now. So I kind of get that feeling now. And it's interesting. This has to be a placeholder or something because maybe they had the concept for the Pokemon, how it would function in the game, and they told the artist, okay, it's going to have 4 legs. That's all we really know about it. And so they just made this thing while the artist actually worked on the design. Okay, we're not going to... These are just all the battle sprites. Now, I want to see... Now, this is the first time I'm seeing the Diamond and Pearl battle sprites for all these Pokemon, because... Yeah, they have a version of... Yeah, this is... I just want to look at some of these beta battles. I haven't really looked at the battle sprites before. The back battle sprites. Okay. Yeah, when they're basically unchanged, I think they aren't really... Alright, that's just reminding me to keep an eye on the time. Hey, Tundex. Oh, yeah. So here's... So this is the beta... This is the sprite for the beta version... The back sprite for the beta version of Giratina. And it's like... I can't even tell what the thing on the left's supposed to be. Just a few more of these will move, and then it's time... It'll move on. Here's the back sprite. Look at this. The original back sprite for Shaman is so simple the flowers aren't there, even though the flowers were on the sprite when you were looking at it. But, alright. We're just gonna let... Okay, we're gonna skip this because I can't really comment much on Star Fox 2 stuff. It's good. Okay, we're just gonna skip ahead a bit. No, I want to let the video end by itself instead of like me hitting the skip button, because hitting the skip button will take me sequentially through the... Alright. Am I... Okay, more Star Fox stuff. Okay, this, based on what I'm seeing on the lower left, that's the Zelda beta dungeon. We're gonna see that. So just skip that. Alright. No, I'm not gonna look. I'm just gonna look at... Yeah, I remember looking at this beta dungeon in like 96, maybe? In screenshots in my friend's Game Players magazine. I'm like, whoa, Zelda 64. And I remember Hard for Games actually trying to sharpen up these precious few seconds of footage we have of a videotape that from like Space World 96 or something like that, that had some screenshots of this dungeon in it. And now we just have this dungeon. And that's the part of this that excites me. It's just like these things being preserved. I mean, even if the leaker only leaked this to a handful of, I guess, archivists or people who... And, hey, look, in the center there is... See, look in the lower left? That's the sort of beta footage we had in here. He's fighting some beta Stalfos, which don't look... And that's the infamous El is Real plaque, allegedly, from the courtyard in Mario 64. So they're using some Mario 64 assets in here at this point. Yeah, I'm muting it because I don't want to... If you want to see Hard for Games' commentary, I'd go to the actual, his actual channel. Just, you know, type in Hard for Games on YouTube. And, because I'm just looking at this, just this footage we have of the restored beta dungeon from this leak. But I'm not going to go through... Yeah, we have that screenshot there on the lower left. They didn't restore, like, the beta HUD, because we're using the modern Ocarina of Time HUD here. You have this castle-like area. I don't know if this was even in any screenshots. Yeah, back when Link had thousands of rupees. And another thing they got working in these is they took the that demo of... No, they took... If you remember those early Zelda 64 screenshots from before it was Ocarina of Time, there was on like a beach-like area, and there were these Octoroks, but they weren't like the final Octoroks, which were sort of realistic in a sense. They were like the Super NES Link to the Past Octorok sprites, but sort of represented in 3D, so they had a kind of cartoony look to them. And they found those and re-implemented them into the game, and they actually are working and spitting rocks and everything. And I just never... Okay, we're just going to go on to the next video. If you now, Hard for Games, he has excellent commentary on this. I want you to actually go to Super Mario World Random Hack Process 0. Now, he has, in this, some of the Super Mario World stuff, they show that, now, if the game is, the YouTube stuff is too loud, let me know, because it just occurred to me, I never really did much volume testing for this, but it should be balanced good based on the testing I did do. Yeah, there are a bunch of elements from Super Mario Bros. 3 they found in these some of the earlier builds of Super Mario World. And earlier in this video, we saw that, yeah, okay. Oh, no, audio's fine. Okay, oh, okay, audio's fine. Alright. Yeah, we saw that Mario had glitched Tanuki ears on his head. Which, let me move away from... Excuse me, let me just try to set this up so that the progress bar is constantly showing on the screen. Now, if you search Nintendo Gigaleak Mega Thread in YouTube, you'll find this playlist for yourself. Okay, that's the end of that video. Star Fox 2. I'm gonna just skip that. Alright. No, just because I can't comment on Star Fox 64 like I could comment on the Mario World stuff or the Ocarina of Time stuff, so. Mario's placeholder voice samples. Because you know that childlike yeah voice. Now that yeah, that sounded like Rayman's. That yeah, that was a stock sound effect from Warner Brothers, I believe. Okay, Mario 64. It's just still so weird seeing this when just weeks ago, we were dealing with all this Mario 64's personalized stuff, and now we're basically seeing actual beta Mario 64 stuff leak, because so much of that Mario 64's personalized, ARG, augmented reality game videos, where you go into the comments and you're basically supposed to pretend that it's real, where people are basically role-playing that it's real, even though we all know it's not. I don't remember any screenshots of this stuff ever being... I never remember seeing any screenshots of this kind of stuff. Now, coincidentally, there was already a modification of Mario 64 where they restored the beta version of the HUD. So the builds of this, where they have that beta HUD with like the arrow indicator for the life, and the sort of the more cartoon-like icon for Mario at his lives counter. When they reconstruct these with that old interface, it really helps the restoration aspect of it. Because like with Ocarina of Time, we saw that beta dungeon, but the interface was the final Ocarina of Time interface. Oh, look at this. So at this point, I guess, look at this stage-like area. So I wonder if the concept of paintings had been decided upon at this point. A 121st star found in the Mario 64 source code. I'm not going to click that now because I don't... we can look it up later if we remember it enough to... Now, probably at maybe 1 o'clock, I'll move on to... Now, we saw some screenshots of this early Knight character, maybe a beta Iron Knuckle. Just set my own time for a half hour. And we'll move on to Mario 64. I mean, excuse me, Mario Party 2. And we'll see, I'm just going to play a match. When we go to Mario Party 2, now look at this version of Kairi Forest. Where it's huge. Look how huge this is. It was probably decided... Look at these mushrooms. I don't think those were ever used in the final version of the game. And they're clearly 2D sprites of mushrooms that rotate to face the camera. But it looks like the same basic layout as Final Kairi Forest, but it was just so huge. This almost looks like a Hyrule Field-style area. And I think and look, this big open area that Link's house is in. And that little frowning face. Well, look, at this point, the engraving of Link fighting, I think King Dodongo was already in there. Now, yeah, I think it's better that they made it smaller, because this looks like it's just big for the sake of being big. And I think this is supposed to be the entire world that the Kokiri inhabit, so it's more realistic that it would be much bigger. And it should probably have some more houses in it, but I think the final version, I think they made the right call by making this area smaller, so it's less overwhelming for new players. And look at the path to the Deku Tree is much wider. And I don't quite remember if the Deku Tree is on a separate map. But we've seen other beta stuff that has that Deku Tree face in it. Excuse me for yawning a lot. I'm usually not up this late. I'm streaming late for the, because to do the stream pretty much. Normally I would have been in bed, a while ago. So we're just checking out. Okay, right when I get... No, we saw this earlier. Look at this, Tundex. Look at this Super NES development tool that came out as part of this leak. This looks like a PC DOS... this looks like a DOS game for like an old IBM PC. And I say that as a DOS... I was playing a lot of DOS games from this period. Like those... Look at these orb things up there with this red writing, Japanese writing on them, if that's what that is. These enemy characters look nothing... This looks like nothing Nintendo would ever make. This really does look like some weird PC game. This looks like Great Gianna Sisters or something like that. I'm really glad this, and that simplistic Goku Aku hit start. Mario 64 prototype mirror test room. So we have this test room here. And it's interesting because I remember just looking at all over the years prior to this, all of the Mario 64 videos about, going into the debug menu and going through the ROM and trying to learn as much as we can about the prototype or early versions of this game. And looking at, I think, the debug menu that you can access with a Game Shark lists several items that are not, several stages that are not in the game. And it seems like a lot of these stages here are probably those actual stages that have been found and restored. And here they're just, it looks like they're just testing the mirror effect. Excuse me, I'm just grabbing my controller here because the Wii U shut off due to me not touching it for probably like at least a half hour. Because I didn't really take note of what time I stopped playing. I mean, I stopped playing Mario 64. So while we do this, I can at least get Mario Party 2 up and running. Because I'm looking at my broadcast software, and then my game is on another monitor that's directly in front of me. So, they're testing the quicksand effects here. But it's just weird seeing it on something that's so clearly not quicksand. Alright. There goes Mario. Luigi restored. And it's funny because, to me, this is one of the least... Yeah, the back, his hair is different under his hat. Yeah, he's using Mario's voice, but he's slightly taller, I think. Yeah, his sideburns are lighter colored. Because in terms of all the... I know it's a big deal because, like, of the whole L is real thing. But from my perspective, this is probably one of the least extraordinary finds of all the Mario 64 beta stuff that's come out. Because it's like, of course, we have... of course Luigi's going to be there. We know Miyamoto was considering Luigi for Mario 64. And it just didn't, just didn't work out having the two players running around at once. And I guess the N64 couldn't quite keep up with it and the way that they were intending to do it. Alright. Yeah, so he's just playing Mario 64 as Luigi. And, well, for one, we kind of knew this probably would have already existed, and then people have already done different models and recreations of what Luigi might have looked like in Mario 64 and implemented him in modified ROMs of the game. Okay, we've seen this before. No, this video is not sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, so we're just going to skip that ad. Okay, Mario Kart playthrough. Now, just the title screen music. I'm not too... I personally don't like Super Mario Kart that much, and I have people come after me saying, "Oh, you don't like Super Mario Kart just because, you know, you're spoiled by modern graphics." But I liked Monaco Grand Prix 2, and that was the Game Gear version of Monaco Grand Prix 2, and that was an 8-bit game. So there's no way you could say that I just don't like Mario 64 because I'm spoiled by, you know, because my first Mario Kart game was Mario Kart 64. But people, when I say I don't like the Super Nintendo one, the reason I don't like the Super Nintendo one, I just don't like the way the map sort of rotates around the character. It just doesn't feel good to me. Let's skip to that. Yeah, totally different music on this prototype of Super Mario Kart. I mean, talk about the kiddie stereotype. This music here almost like, you know, leans into it like it's like, oh, you think this is kiddie? We'll show you kiddie. And that maybe that's why they ended up changing the music at the end of this. Now, I don't, and what I also don't, the other thing I don't like about Super Mario Kart is the fact that the lower screen is, I mean, it's like playing a DS game where half your screen is taken up by the map. Like F-Zero, you could play full screen, and I know the whole thing about Mario Kart was that it took the technology of, you know, F-Zero and made it more player friendly, a little easier to play, a little slower pace, and you could play multiplayer. F-Zero didn't allow multiplayer, and they, you know, they had the split screen, but I just don't like the fact that even when you're playing single player, you still have to have half your screen be taken up by a map. Alright, let's move on, because I haven't played, I'm not that intimate with the game, so I couldn't really comment on, oh, this is different, that's different. I do know what the Mario Kart 1 title screen music is like, that's why I could comment on it as much as I did. Okay, just in a few seconds it'll just move on to the next video. Let's look at 10 more of these. I have a doggone, excuse me, D20 here. Yeah, I'm not used to my camera being cropped here, so normally my arm would be on screen here, instead I have to move it way over here. I have a D20 here. I'll use it to count down. We'll just do 10 more and move on. I've seen a lot of the things I was particularly keen on. Let's skip ahead a bit. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so 10 more new videos. Mario Kart 64 town map fly through. This is something like this map. The concept for this, so they found a Mario 64 map that wasn't completed. That's wild. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. And it seems like, I mean, not this tunnel, but just the concept of driving through a town. There may have been some tracks like that in the Mario Kart game for GameCube. I wasn't wild about the two-tour kart mechanic in Double Dash. I know some people swear by it, and that's the reason why Double Dash is the best game in the series to them. I personally didn't like it much. I feel like it kind of complicated the game a bit when I feel like Mario Kart's appeal is in its simplicity. But the first Mario Kart game I played that had really a town quite like this. I mean, there are, you know, Mushroom Kingdom, whatever, in Mario Kart 64, but just the feel that this is an actual residential area that people lived in that was being used temporarily as a excuse me, as a racetrack was in Mario Kart DS, which I will be streaming sometime in the indeterminate future. There was the Oh, who's that? Who's that? Oh, hey, hello, Horny. Thanks for the follow. I hope I could deliver, and we're gonna do 10 more of these Nintendo Gigaleak videos. I'm discovering new things, you know, just looking at this. This is my 28th stream. I'm pretty new at this, and I stream retro variety, I guess you could say. I've streamed Game Gear using my own childhood Game Gear cartridges and the Analog Mega SG. If you look at my information ticker on the bottom, you can see the commands that'll, if you want to type in chat and bring up the links for my VODs that are no longer, they no longer exist on, many of them no longer exist on Twitch, but they are uploaded unabridged on my YouTube channel, which I'd like to do things with. I started posting videos there again, but it's not that frequent. But I'm not counting this as one of the 10 because we already saw this one earlier. But for those who weren't here, this is a build of... Excuse me, I'm just using a D20 to keep track. Oh, wow, okay. So this version, we saw another version where they're still... where they were using the music from Super Mario World. Hey, Kyle TX500, this is my first YouTube watching stream. This is my first non-gameplay stream. We played about a half-hour Mario 64. We've been watching this beta Nintendo stuff for about a half hour, and in about, yeah, I'm gonna watch through not counting. We're gonna watch through 9 more of these, and then I'm gonna move on to Mario Party 2. I'm gonna randomize the handicaps for the AI characters using a spinner that I have set up. So we're just gonna move on to the next one. Okay, so we have, let's see. No, I want to actually I don't want to just click to the next thing because I have this Gigaleak playlist. What is the Super Mario RPG stuff? Okay, he's just going through a bunch of the different stuff that's been found. What is this? Okay, this looks like someone else's stream. I mean, this is temporary bitmap. Let's mute this. There's the Mario Kart stuff. This looks like, is this this Donkey Kong sprite? Did this go with that Super Donkey Yoshi's Island prototype? I think it did. Wow, it's actually okay. Because look at, if anyone here hasn't seen this before, this is a prototype of, this is some game having nothing to do with Yoshi's Island, that something predating Yoshi's Island with a never-before-seen character resembling Rayman with his detached hands and feet and head, that this character never before seen before or since. We've seen the monkeys from Yoshi's Island in this. I mean, was this a game they were working on, shelved it, and then they reused the art style for... Because this, I mean, I've said it a few times already. We have this concept of how Miyamoto came to develop the coloring book art style for Yoshi's Island. We never knew this existed. This has the potential that, well, it kind of already has, totally rewrote the history of Yoshi's Island. Okay, so... but we're just gonna move ahead to... Yeah, I don't know if this is something from the leak or this is something... Okay, we're just gonna skip ahead. I have no... Yeah, this is someone else's stream, so I just looked at whatever beta elements were in there that I haven't seen yet. Okay. In a few seconds, it's gonna load the next video. Okay. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to spring for YouTube bread if I ever come back to do any YouTube related stuff, and I'm very specific about the kind of clips I'll use. So, Kyle TX51, what the Gigaleak is, at some point, at least, apparently a year ago, someone hacked Nintendo. Someone hacked Nintendo archives and found, like, and these, now this is a beta Mario 64 level. We've seen some screenshots from this back in like 95, and now we just have the entire level here for the first time. This doesn't seem like Womp's Fortress or any course from the final game. It just seems like an area made to test slopes and textures and physics, and possibly the cannon too, if that's a cannon. Oh, he can't fall. He can't. Seems like he can't fall in there. Yes, at some point, someone hacked into Nintendo's archives or something, and found, like, they found builds of Mario 64 that have not been seen since Space World 1995. They have found builds of Mario 60 of The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, where preservationists like Hardcore Games on YouTube were painstakingly trying to sharpen up, like, a videotape from 1996 where there's like 5 or 6 seconds of footage of this beta dungeon, and now we just have the dungeon. Yeah, I really, like I said, we're not entitled to see any of this, but the fact that the entire history of certain games is going to be rewritten because of this. We now know about, Yoshi's Island was going to be possibly an entirely different IP, because we had an entire story, an entire history of what Yoshi's Island was, how it came to be developed in that art style, and now that entire history has been shattered. Like, for instance, in an Iwata Asks interview, there was he did an interview with the developers of the second Kirby game for Wii, and there was a part where they were talking about some Kirby concepts that never became final games, and they showed a couple of screenshots from a 3D Kirby game. There's never been a 3D free-roaming Kirby game before, and they showed some screenshots of a 3D Kirby game they were working on for GameCube, that they never even made it far enough that they showed it to the public. And we would have never known about that or seen that. But because Nintendo shared that, now we have this cool new piece of history about Kirby and what certain games could have been like. Now we have this for all these games that we never even knew it could happen. Like, now because of these documents, we now know the exact day in 1994 where that we know these. I don't know offhand, but we have documents that have the date in 1994 when they first started working on Mario 64. We never knew that before. We never knew that they were officially working on it as early as 94. Now we officially know. So this was kind of obvious, but it's crazy to think. 94, what came out that year? The year of Super Metroid, the year of Donkey Kong Country. They're already working on Mario 64. I mean, we knew they were working on the N64 since like 92 or something crazy like that. But now we know, like, we're in the thick of the Super Nintendo era, the Genesis versus N64, the Genesis versus Super Nintendo war, and they're already working on their first 3D games at this point. Yeah, I hope they found an unreleased NES game by a third party. It wasn't a significant game, but we knew it existed, and we had like incomplete builds of it. Now we have the final retail game. They just never released it. And where did we find this? They found this in an email that's sent between Nintendo and this developer, and as an attachment in like 94 or something like that. So we have Nintendo using email in 94 to actually send and receive completed ROMs of retail NES games. And if they have emails going back to 94, they could have emails going back even earlier, because corporations were using email, by the mid to late 80s. They were on the forefront of using electronic mail. If these hackers have emails from Nintendo from that period, we could potentially see emails between Nintendo and Sony regarding the PlayStation project before back when it was a joint venture between Nintendo and Sony. Those emails could potentially exist as part of this leak. That is so. Just in the emails. Now, what I hope is that the hacks that get released are limited to historical things that teach us about the history of the games. I hope they don't go into releasing things like current, like source code for modern systems, source code for current, like existing unreleased games. This hack apparently happened maybe a year ago, and they've been trickling things out, and then in the last like couple of months, or last month or so, they've really started dumping a lot of things out. Because that's when we started getting entire Mario 64 on never before seen levels and things like that. What else? It's gonna move on to the next video soon. What other kind of stuff? Yeah, so there's a Yoshi's Island. We have a whole bunch of Star Fox 2 stuff, which I'm skipping because I can't comment much on it because I never even played the Super Nintendo Star Fox games, let alone the Star Fox 2, which was finally included in the Super NES Classic, so I can't really give much insight into those. Maybe Gigaleak. Okay, this is Castlevania 4. I can't comment much on this because I haven't played it yet. Yoshi's Island prototype. I have this set on shuffle, so when it goes to the end of one video. Now listen to this. This is using the final battle music from Super Mario World. This is a boss fight, Naval Piranha, which does exist in the final game. Alright, I just want to skip ahead. Because I've seen this before already. I've seen this before, and all I really want to point out there was just the music. And it's just pulling up random videos, so we may have seen most of them at this point. If you type in Nintendo Gigaleak Mega Thread prototype, yeah, the Yoshi prototype. Oh no, I don't have. Are you going to be sticking around a bit? Because maybe I could oh well, okay. No, I have one. Now this is actually the first video we saw. This is a prototype bully, and instead of just bumping into you, this version of it, they restored it into the game. It actually throws Mario around, like the Chuckies. So it's like a cross between a bully and a Chuckia. Alright. The Nintendo DS that is signed by Miyamoto. Yeah, it's, oh yeah, look at this beta womp. The beta in the back has this cartoony looking bandage on it. Now the grunt is the same. With that face. Boy, is that something. Now, I'll wait for the next video to start, and while I do that, Mario Kart 64 has totally different music in it, at least for the title screen. I don't know. Yeah, no, you're playing Undertale and trying to like not have your brain melt out of your ear with everything that was going on during those streams. So, yeah, you could finally stream again without like half your chat wanting to tar and feather you. So that'll be nice. And it's funny when I was trying to. I mean, I know like when you said like I asked if you wanted me to explain it, then that other person started explaining it with details that you hadn't learned yet and were about to learn. And it's like, yeah, that's why. And then the thing is, that's only one aspect of the Undertale fan base that's kind of infamous. Other aspects are even worse. Like, when I played Undertale, when I first heard of Undertale, when I was working at BJ's, my friend's brother's now ex-boyfriend, at the time it was still his boyfriend, he got a job at the same BJ's, and he always wanted to hang out with me and show me stuff on his phone when I'm just trying to unwind and deal with you know, preparing myself for going into this loud place with bright lights and loud noises and interacting with people, you know. But he wanted to show me that. Now look at this. Here they've actually restored the 1995 interface for the HUD with the cartoonier looking Mario, and the original power meter, which was like an arrow that went from green to red as you lost energy. All right, we'll see, we'll let this play. We'll see what the next video loads up. Oh yeah, it means well, but also yeah, that's the thing. The game gradually tells the story in pieces, and each time it adds more layers to it. So sometimes people who know the whole story forget that they originally told this part here and they told that part there, and so they'll remember like the entire story as you find it out by the time you get to the end. So they'll go in and think that because someone saw one part of it that they know the entire story. Now look at this. This is just, you're just climbing higher and higher here. They're using some kind of debug tool to sort of float around the map in a creepy looking way. But it's just sort of so weird how tall this is, how high up these ledges are. And the skybox here is really kind of creepy too. This fire red skybox. No, but also as I was doing that, as you were walking through Snowdon, like the snowy area, and through the ruins, multiple people were whispering me, trying to correct me on the lore. And one person, he actually was correcting me because, like, you know, like the character's name is so-and-so, right? I'm like, yeah, but he named... Oh, look at that! In this map, that map that popped up was the map for the castle, and it looked pretty much like the final castle map. So that's not what's going on here. Is this a beta version of Peach's Castle from the outside? I don't think so. Yeah, they were trying to correct me on it, and then one of... Like, there's, like, the character that you named, the character that you named, Ruben, their gender is never specified, and they made a deliberately androgynous sprite. But that character that you named, Ruben, who actually we find out the twist ending is that Ruben died decades ago, before the kid you're playing as was even born. Yeah, you might want to stream it. You might want to stream, like Similar says, you might want to stream it blank if you, go to play. Alright, at this point, I'm going to I'm just going to get up and take a little... I'm just going to take a maybe 3-minute stretch just to refill my water bottle. Mario Party 2. Let's just change to... I'll just stream under Retro. Oh, excuse me. Retro. And we'll just go to my... Yeah, I've already got the thing set up. I'm just gonna give myself 4 minutes just to refill my water bottle and run the fan for a minute to cool the room down. And 5 minutes tops, but it'll probably be a lot quicker than that. And we'll play a little Mario Party 2. I'll be back, and I'll continue on with the story as we were in the discussion as it was going on. So 5 minutes tops, it'll probably be less, so I'll be right back. And turn off the... There we go, turn off the... Hey everybody, I'm back. I could have started a little earlier, but when I saw that Kyle TX500 was using this opportunity to collect some food and get a little munchies, I decided I'd wait out the full 5 minutes to make sure that he has the time that I officially displayed. Okay, I'm glad I made that call. Because what happened was, I was originally going to just start once I was just stretched and had my water bottle filled again. But I'm like, well, I put 5 minutes on the timer. So if because you said you were actually going to make food, I'm like, well, I guess I always just assume this is part of why I don't, even when I am ready to start playing, I don't like to return like much earlier than that. Okay, so we're going to go battle. Once we set up the mini game, I'll get back to the discussion we had once I set this up. Battle mode. I'm gonna set for 4 players. The sound for this should be balanced. If it needs adjusting, let me know. I'll be playing as Luigi. Wait a second. No. We need trial, not battle. And unfortunately in trial, I'm glad I noticed that because it said super hard. I wished in trial mode that super hard was available. Unfortunately, super hard is only available in trial and duel. All right, we're gonna redo this. It's a little time lost here, but okay. This is where this is where the spinner comes in. I'm gonna set them individually. That's where we're gonna start. Okay, so Mario skill level. We're gonna have to interact, and we're gonna spin. Hello. Oh, is this really not gonna work now that I'm live? I'm gonna try, hold on. Shut down. Oh, what? Oh, the wonders of live entertainment. Hold on. Okay. Okay. There we go. Now it's actually spinning. There we go. So we're gonna spin for Mario's difficulty. Medium. Okay, so Mario's gonna be normal difficulty. Because combined with the handicap and their difficulty level, this could be really difficult. Okay. I'm sorry, it's not cropped so you can see it properly. You can only see the wheel while it's spinning. Oh, okay. Okay. Another... Excuse me. Okay, we're gonna do this again. I don't know, with Undertale, I think some people, because of the way... I know I've met a lot of people... Man, my camera's not really placed... Okay, there we go. No wonder I was almost totally off frame. No wonder... Okay, so Peach is gonna be easy. And one more spin for Yoshi. Some people get the impression, because I saw a lot in the chat, like, oh, it's such a pretentious game. And I think some people get the idea because of Undertale's themes. I guess the way that, you know, killing them off, like, for instance, this, like when you were in Snowden and you were fighting those dog enemies, and then at the end you got to that bar and all the dogs that you encountered were hanging out together. If you had killed one of those characters, one of those dogs that you battled, you had the opportunity to kill them, and then when you get to the bar, they wouldn't be at the bar. All the other characters would be there like, oh, I wonder where Lesser Dog is, I haven't seen him, or, oh, and... Or if you killed, like, the husband and wife dogs with, like, the Grim Reaper hoods. Like, if you had killed them, everyone else at the bar would be wondering where they were. And it's kind of... It plays with some cliches of RPGs. Okay, so Yoshi's gonna be hard. So we have a normal, an easy, and a hard. So we're gonna set the handicaps now. If this does not work properly, I'm gonna have to kind of... Please? Alright, I'm gonna have to freaking type this in real time, excuse me. Okay, so 1, 10, 20, 20, 30, 30, 30, 30, and no, that was supposed to be 540s. And 250s. Sorry, I balanced this, and I think this balance gives a good, you know, mix of different results I can get. These, I'm setting the handicaps. These are how many coins they're going to... No, but I think some people get the impression of Undertale that the point of Undertale is to say that traditional RPGs that don't really question the morality of killing the enemy characters... I think some people think that Undertale is trying to say that those games are wrong, and that Undertale is how proper games that are morally right should be, and that's not what the game is saying at all, or what Toby Fox has ever said, as far as I'm aware. So, Louis? So, I'm gonna set... Actually, okay, I'm gonna set my handicap at 0. And that's going to be 50s. That's the spin for Mario. So the combination of coin handicaps. Sorry, I'm setting this on screen, so I'm not have to switch back and forth between every single spin. We've got. Okay, so Peach is going to be 30, and she's set to easy. What's Yoshi's gonna be? Because Yoshi's the one who's set for hard. If Yoshi gets like 50, that's gonna be really tough. Ooh. It's either gonna be 50 or 10. Oh man, Yoshi's gonna be starting out with 50. That's gonna be rough. Alright. So 2 of the characters are gonna... And don't forget, we get 10 coins just for starting the stage. Just for starting the match. So really, okay, we're gonna go. Hey, there we go. And let's play 30 turns, or just play one 30-turn match, and then I'm gonna cut the stream. Yeah, like, and then I think people. It's a weird. The closest thing I could call it is political thing about Undertale, because. Like, they're the people who go around spoiling things, so people hate the fandom because of that. And then people feel like the message is too preachy, and that it's trying to say that traditional RPGs are wrong, which I don't feel like the game itself is saying that way. It's just sort of considering, hey, what would an RPG be like if we considered these different elements and made ways to an option to peacefully resolve the battles? Because the game only even... Like, in order to, what they call the Genocide Run, the Genocide Run is not playing the game like an ordinary RPG where you just play through the game and fight the monsters that attack you. The Genocide Run is effectively playing through the game, and within the context of the game world, you're trying to murder every single living thing in the game for no reason, even as they try to run away from you. And you're basically playing the game with the mindset of a mass shooter. And that's when the game actually starts saying you're wrong, you're evil. But when you're actually, if you play through the game just sort of defending yourself, the game does not punish you for that. Yeah, playing True Fast is the only way to unlock the final ending. So Mario's going first. Hey, the sleepy medic, how you doing? I'm a pretty new streamer. Thanks for dropping in. This is my 28th stream. I started in April or May. Earlier today, we were looking at some of the leaked Nintendo material and how its possible impact on video game history. Knowing the development cycle, we now know totally new things about the development histories of some of these games we never would have known otherwise. But hopefully nothing I hope they don't start leaking current games to be pirated. As long as it's sort of things that are somewhat, you know, historical material. And I say all that knowing and embracing that I don't deserve or am entitled to know this history that's been secret in Nintendo. But then some of the... I didn't tell you this, Kyle. Some of the things that were hacked out of Nintendo were like the source code for Star Fox 2. The original source code was leaked. And people from Argonaut who were developers of Star Fox 2 were like, yeah, I didn't think Nintendo, like, they were in contact with people at Nintendo before this, and as far as the people at Nintendo were aware, they, as far as the, I don't know the full details of it, but basically the people at Argonaut did not even, they were pretty confident that the Star Fox 2 source code was actually lost within Nintendo, that there was no backup of that source code existing, and we just had the completed file that they released on the Super NES Classic Edition. Okay. Okay, this is one of the toughest mini games. I've only won this game maybe twice in my life, and I've been playing this since 1999, so I have to focus for this one, even have a ghost of a chance. Because with two different characters having 50 coin handicaps on me, and I'm starting with 0, so I'm gonna need every win I can get, no matter how remote the chances are. I just can't... I'm gonna lose. There we go. Yeah, Yoshi's the one with the hard mode AI. And we have one easy, medium, and one hard AI here. Look at me. Look at how at a disadvantage I am starting off. So let's... I'm so good. I'm so experienced with Mario Party 2 that I'm doing this really as a way to... I chose these handicaps using a wheel that I cut to. I still have it set up here. I just switched to it real quick. Yeah, I use this wheel here to decide what handicaps I'll be starting with. So this is a simple board game map. All this does is throw mini games at us, and the spots we land on only determine what type of game we'll play. There are no sort of events or theming or anything like that. Now these battle mini games are an opportunity for me to actually be able to have a ghost of a chance of getting ahead with this. And it's one I'm good at and usually win. I'm just gonna have to focus for a moment. Alright. Okay, B is to catch. But the problem, but the thing is, there are a lot of fans of Undertale that try to shove it down people's throats and be like, "Oh, you have to play this game." Because when I first, that's what I was going with. My friend's brother's ex-boyfriend, when we were at the same job, and during my breaks, he'd be in the break room trying to show me the trailer for Undertale, and he was a furry on top of all that, and he's like he was basically everyone's, like, the most stereotypical annoying furry guy, like, possible. And I'm like, okay, so this is just some trashy, like, it sounds like some furry Earthbound hack or something, is what he made it sound like, because he's trying to, like, in spite of some of my characters and creations, I really don't feel any connection to the furry fandom. I just don't feel like I'm a part of it. I don't feel connected to it. I don't feel any attraction, I guess, to it, as one might expect. And, you know, some of the scene has the reputation it does. I mean, part of it's just a lot of hype. You know, people love a man bites dog story where there's something weird or eccentric going on. But a lot of the negative reputation isn't there for no reason. And sometimes when I'm shown something or told about something, and the reason I'm told I should like it is because it's furry related or because there are animals in it, that's usually a cue for me to avoid it, and I'm usually pretty good on that. That instinct has done me right by me generally. Oh yeah, someone almost ruined D&D for you the same way. Like, I saw Zootopia. Well, first off, I find it kind of weird that furries were, like, losing their stuffing over Zootopia, because it's not, like... Yeah, it's a feature film with cartoon animals that's never been done before. Even though, like, Kung Fu Panda was just a huge thing. I don't know. I guess it's because they live in a world that's kind of a little more like... I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, the only reason I saw that movie is because I was watching some other movie in theaters, and there was a trailer for Zootopia that had the DMV scene in it, and that made me laugh out loud. And it's like, okay, not a lot of movies make me laugh out loud. They showed me an entire scene from that movie. I laughed out loud. And so, okay, I'll go see it. That's the reason. That's the only reason I went to go see Zootopia. I will not go to see something just because they're talking animals or anthropomorphic animals or creatures in something. But anyway, I have to finish this point. But he was like, yeah, the point is he just sort of made it sound stupid, and I wasn't that interested. I have not seen any of the Kung Fu Panda movies myself. My father loves them, actually. He loves the Kung Fu Panda films. You know, and from what I hear, they're pretty, you know, well-written films and everything. I just don't watch a lot of... I mean, I watch a very small amount of anime. I don't watch a lot of Shucks. I don't watch a lot of animation. I don't watch a lot of TV. So it's not like, I don't watch cartoons, or, oh, I don't watch anime, or, oh, I don't watch live action. I just don't watch a lot of TV. Or movies and stuff like that. So, excuse me. Now, let me get to, thanks for the stream, first of all, Kyle. And second, when it comes to the DS, you know, I set up my channel to auto stream. I think I may have to go make sure I didn't accidentally reset that or something, or maybe when I became a affiliate it reset to default or something, because I don't think it's got a notification that my channel auto hosted anyone in a while. But yeah, I'm still in 4th, but we're gonna climb up and see how close I can get. Now we got another battle minigame that'll help me get closer to that goal. Day at the races. Okay, balloon bumper cars I am not good at. This game basically has tank controls, which, the way this is set up, it's very tricky to use these tank controls. I just stay out the way. I'm gonna let them all kill each other first. And then I'll go for... No! Oh my gosh. Alright, that strategy almost worked. I was in the top 2. So it got, you know, so I get a couple of coins out of it. Wow, I got 24. There's so many coins in play that there are these huge jackpots going around. And I think 24 coins is, yeah, that's more than what I started with, so I still made out pretty good there. Now, if I ever am on a particular subject and I get off of it because of the way conversations sort of segue into each other, excuse me, I have to do this. I have to. It's driving me nuts. Just gotta get rid of that shiny forehead effect. Because from my forehead just very slight. Excuse me. I'm used to you know, I remember when I was doing professional acting and stuff, and there's actual makeup and things like that. So whenever I have this shiny forehead, it just bugs me. All right. Gonna try to. I used to be really good at this minigame when I was a kid. Now I can't really do it that well. I used to win this minigame and collect all of the extra coins. So at this point I'm guaranteed to get it. I'm ignoring those coins so that I can just mash better. Like that, I usually don't even like make it to the end of this, so I'm getting a little better at this. Now I have not touched this game since the last time I played it on stream. And the last time I played it on stream, I think you were there, Kyle. It was the last time that I had problems with my internet connection where I had to end the stream early. But now I actually have the upgraded modem and everything, so it should be alright. Now, there we go. 1, 2, 6. Yeah, I made it out of 4th place, so I'm actually... But Mario has twice as many coins as me, so... But you got another battle minigame going on, so if I win a few of these, I'm on the way to, climbing up to 2nd place. Oh, Bowser's Big Blast. Now, I'm purely subject to random chance here, but the way this minigame is structured makes it fun anyway, especially if I was playing with 3 other human players. But whereas Day of the Races, you have the same odds here, but it's just not as fun. Okay. Now I hope he gets the bomb on this one. Now I have a 1 in 3 chance of getting the bomb. Alright. Green for Luigi. Let's see. Okay. Peach has a 50% shot of getting taken out here. Alright. Wow, it's not often that we get a full reset on the first run. Oh, there goes Mario. And I'm glad he's not going to win any coins because he's already in 1st place, and if he were to end up winning this, it would really offset the balance of the game. Now, I knew of the American Tail game, I never really got to see you play it before. Oh, shucks. Yeah, and the best part is, like, I was subject to random chance, but the way the game's structured, I just think it's actually fun, unlike Day at the Races. Yeah, I saw that American Tail game before, I knew of it, but it's like when you're on the boat, is it supposed to be that the boat is moving around like that? Because that would be some really rough seas. It's just so... It's like... No, my theory is, I feel like whoever made... Maybe, I don't know the true history of this, I'm just making this up, but I just feel like the fact that an American Tail game came out on PlayStation 2 in like 2007, to me it's like, let's say, whichever company made the American Tail game that was either on Super NES or Genesis, that someone in chat mentioned when I asked was there one back then, because that would actually been appropriate for the time period for an American Tail game to be on like Super Nintendo or Genesis. Oh yeah, probably my least favorite minigame. This minigame is just like you're fighting, and these controls aren't good for fighting. Yeah, I feel like what happened is like say like company like X got the license to make this American Tail game back then for Super NES or Genesis, whatever system it was on, and then over the years that company got absorbed by another developer, and then maybe another developer absorbed them, and this final developer still isn't that big, but so we get to like 2006, let's say, Data Design, some real Wii shovelware. Okay, so let's say, I don't know who made the Super Nintendo one, but let's say they got absorbed into this one company, and then they got absorbed into another, and then they got somehow absorbed by Data Design, or maybe both Data Design and this other company were owned by like a larger holding company that owned them both, and they like merged them. And it's like someone was going through paperwork, right? And then they found this paperwork from like the early 90s saying, hey, this company we absorbed had the rights to make an American Tail game for an American Tail video game. They held the video game rights for an American Tail, and we absorbed them, so we inherited that contract. And the way this contract is written, there's no like expiration clause. There's no self-termination clause in terms of the time period for the rights to make an American Tail game. So we have the rights to make a game for this property. So let's just throw some people together, just throw some crap together, and we'll make an American Tail game and just cash in on this license that we happen to hold the rights to and don't need to pay any licensing fees for. I feel like that's the only way. Either that, or maybe like there's some house that like you could go to license different things. Sort of like how Coleco Holdings just exists, and they sell the licenses to make the like Coleco flashbacks and stuff like that to other companies who actually make it. The publisher. Okay, so the developer was Data Designs, and the publisher was Blast. They made the Lassie game. I saw Pete streaming that. And the weird thing about the Lassie game is that I never thought about that. I never really realized this until I was doing research on the Lassie game when Pete was streaming it. Oh, this is the crane game minigame that shouldn't exist because the way this minigame works in Mario Party 1 exists. Yeah, if it was just a cheap license that was just like you know, like a $500 license or something ridiculous like that, where like it was just so like the franchise was just dead. So like, I guess Steven Spielberg's studio, whoever owns the licensing rights to it, just sort of just gives it away. If like, yeah, if you want to do something with this obsolete franchise, then go right ahead. You know, just give us a little money. Like, there's no way I could win this. There's nothing I could do. All I can do is sit here and watch Mario dominate everything. Like, the way this minigame worked in Mario Party 1, this made perfect sense. Here, this should not have even been included. The entire game, they should have just removed this. They don't even need to replace it with something else. Just remove it from the game entirely. Alright. My turn to actually make a feeble attempt at... I could delay him, but... yeah, there's no way I could win. No, but the Lassie game, it made... because all the voices are English, and all the voice actors are British, and it's clearly taking place in England, and I was like, wait, and I just hadn't thought about this for years? Yeah, Lassie is a UK franchise, isn't it? Because, like, the Lassie novels, and then they made the movies, that was originally based out of England, or the UK. I don't know if it was England, Scotland, or Wales, but it was somewhere in the UK. And then somehow Lassie became an American franchise at some point, where... because there was, like, there were a couple of American Lassie films, I think. And then there was the live-action Lassie TV show, the black and white TV show that used to air in reruns on Nickelodeon in the very early 90s. And then in 94 or 95, there was a live-action Lassie film, which was the last Lassie-related thing I remember in the US. Apparently there was a Lassie film in the UK around the time this game came out. I have to take the... okay, it's census time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. These are hard to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. And now... I feel like one just disappeared entirely. On the lowest count here, I feel a little iffy, because 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Darn, I'm up. Doggone. Yeah, no, they might have maybe had the licensing rights for you know, well, I know, like, yeah, I think the Lassie game was sort of timed to coincide with a Lassie movie that was only released in the UK. Because I think of Lassie as an American thing because of all the reasons I just said. And yeah, and there's a Lassie movie in '95, which I think is the last major mainstream media thing relating to Lassie. Now, I know there's an official line of Lassies that descended from, like, I think the first Lassie that was used to depict Lassie in, like, a movie or something. And I believe all of the actual, like, the dogs that inherit the title of Lassie, I think they all are actually male, even though the character is female. So, yeah, I don't know much on Lassie history. No, excuse me, I need to tell you about how I got these, my Nintendo DS, signed by Miyamoto. So, the Game Boy Micro had just come out, right? Yeah, the Game Boy Micro just came out, and I couldn't find it anywhere. No, what happened was, it was that crap where they, yeah, they're not for sale. There's, like, some, like, there's some, like, consortium or something that some organization that owns the dogs, well, that owns, like, because they're, like, I guess that, handles the official Lassie lineage, and keeps all the records and breeding history and stuff like that. And what Okay, we're gonna win this. This is gonna be easy. And last time I remember seeing one of these dogs or hearing about them, they took Lassie to visit a bunch of kids that were in a hospital that were fighting cancer, which is, that's a nice thing to do. But I just find it interesting that, and I think when I saw this was maybe in the early 2000s or mid 2000s, I saw a special about it, and I don't know how old the special was when it was on. It might have been a couple years old when I saw it in like 2004 or 5. Because even by like 2005, like the last movie came out in 95, aside from, I don't know, reruns or something, like what kids today are watching reruns of Lassie? Like, the people that the youngest people that have any kind of history with Lassie in the US that I'm aware of are people like around my age, and I'm on the very youngest sort of part of that age, who are old enough to remember when Lassie was on reruns on Nickelodeon. Because people remember like the early Nicktoons like Rocko's Modern Life and Doug and Ren and Stimpy. People remember Double Dare, Legends of the Hidden Temple. But people forget Finders Keepers, Wild and Crazy Kids. But what people forget is that they were doing lots of reruns of stuff like Leave It to Beaver. Leave It to Beaver and Lassie are the main ones I remember that they were doing reruns on Nick. Now this minigame I don't do good at. I just feel like, even in Mario Party 1 I didn't do good at this. So once I finish this, I'll continue the story of how I got. Oh, come on. I go up to them, I press B, and nothing happens. It is like, yay, I actually got one. There's no way I'm winning. I just walk up behind him, I jam on the B button, and I just feel like nothing happens. And Yoshi only won because of that golden mushroom. If I had managed, if I had managed to steal that golden mushroom, I definitely would have won that. But I did at least get some coins for being in second. I mean, look at you. I mean, it's gonna be a miracle if I really can. Okay, landing on these battle spaces and winning these are the only real path I have to victory here. So the Nintendo DS just came, no, the Game Boy Micro just came out, and they were doing that thing where they ship, like, there would be the official release date, but then a lot of stores wouldn't get them in until like a day or two later. So I wanted the Game Boy Micro, and I couldn't. It had been a couple of days, and like Best Buy didn't have it, and Toys R Us didn't have it. So, my mother was going into the city to take care of my. They were going into. I was on Long Island, and my mother was going into New York City to take care of a family member that lives in New York City, and I was like, "Hey, Mom, because I couldn't drive at this point." There we go. Hey, I tied for first. I usually don't do this good at this minigame. And I was like, hey, on the way into the city, could you take me by 48th Street and 7th, just so I could drop by the Nintendo store? Well, actually, no, what happened was, Miyamoto was going to be at the Nintendo World store. I was going with my mother to where my grandmother used to live. And we were gonna, oh wow, I'm usually not, excuse me, I have to focus on this. A, B, and Z. A, B, Z. A, B. Okay. I just have to make a bunch of dance moves and confuse them. That's the only point of this minigame. If even one of these people is left, they all win. Yeah, I just have to rely on their AI sucking. I mean, this is... like many things, this is a good game with human players. Yeah, this is a good game with human players. Similarian. Yeah, this is one of those games that's fair with human players. When you play with AIs, you just feel like helpless. So what I was gonna do is go into the city with Mom originally. She was gonna drop me by the Nintendo store. I was gonna go in and get my Game Boy Micro, and then I was gonna go with her to where my grandmother was. Yeah, it's not a it's a game that's much fairer when you're playing with other people. When you're playing... Alright, I'm gonna resume my strategy of sticking back and let the other players take each other out. Yeah! I did it! I did it! I did it! I think that's the first time I ever won this on stream. And it's probably in the single digits. The number of times I've ever won that in my life since 1999 is definitely in the single digits. And it's so hard to play because your instincts are still to control it, like, obviously, but you have to control it like a tank, where you're moving left and right with one, and then forward and back with the other axes. Okay. So, man, I'm never going to be able to tell this. I guess this game isn't that well conducive to telling the story, because now I have to focus for this game. I don't mind telling the story. I'm going to try to tell it eventually. If this was a normal Mario Party board map where there's sort of plot events going on and things that take up more time on the board, there'd be more time, but this is more focused on the minigames themselves. Ooh, that was bad. I might not get this one. Oh, by like 2 or 3 points I beat out Yoshi. Alright, so that's I've won a couple battle games in a row, so yeah, thanks, Kyle. Yeah, definitely definitely that kind of moment. Well, wow, I'm in second place. I did not think I mean, yes, Yoshi is... He has like twice the number of coins as me, but a few turns ago I would not think I'd be in second place right now. Oh, another one of these doggone really trolly mini games. Because yeah, there's like tricking you, but the way this game even registers success or failure sometimes, it just feels flat out broken or unfair. Okay. It's gonna get worse and worse. Bye, Yoshi. Oh. Yeah, bye, Yoshi, and now Yoshi's the only one left. Okay. For some... I swear Yoshi put up the totally wrong flag color. And I thought... The reason I wasn't ready to lift the next flag is because I thought this Shy Guy was going to stop and pop his balloon and knock him out of the game, but... Okay, whatever. Alright. So originally, I'm going to ride into the city with Mom, you know, as the passenger. She's going to drop me by Nintendo store. I'm going to get my Game Boy Micro. And then the next day, Miyamoto was going to be there. and so I want to go to the Miyamoto event, and oh, you know what? I just thought of something. I just thought of, I could actually go back to the video, actually, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go ahead and, 11, and 4 turns, I'm going to go back to YouTube, and I'm going to set up something. I'm going to go to something. I'm going to try to do something I've never done on stream before, but okay. Just stand right on the edge so you could bounce the other characters off. And stand right in the center. Oh, I wasn't able to bounce her off that time. Okay. Alright. Alright. We're just gonna be... Now it's getting faster and faster, so... Bye-bye. Alright. Another 10 points for Luigi. So, yeah, the plan was, she takes me there, I get my Game Boy Micro, and I figured for the Miyamoto event, the actual store wouldn't be closed. That's the only reason I said let's drop by there the night before, I'll get the Game Boy Micro, then the next day I'll go to the Miyamoto event. Mind you, this is the first major event I've gone to at the Nintendo store since it became the Nintendo store that May in 2005. So we get there. There was a crowd of like maybe 100 people in front of the store, like chanting, you know, Miyamoto's name, and like people waiting for the Miyamoto event. And so I go in, I get my Game Boy Micro, and I come out, and my mom is like, listen, you need to stay here, because if you go home, because I was going to go home, I will go, well, to my grandmother's house, where we were going to spend the night, and then I was going to take the subway into the city the next day, like the next morning, to get in line for the event, and because we didn't think there'd be a crowd there, and I was like, hey, like, come, you need to stay here. And I was like, no, we'll go see Grandma and whatever, and I'm like, no, we're staying here. We're not going to see Grandma. We're staying here. This is my mother saying this. And I was like, no, I want to see Grandma. We'll go see Grandma. And my mom calls my dad on the phone and is like, listen, you need to talk some sense into your son. There's like a crowd of like hundreds, like more than 100 people in front of the Nintendo store to meet Shigeru Miyamoto, and he wants to go see Grandma, and we need to stay here and camp out now because we happen to have, we just by sheer chance had sleeping bags with us. And so my dad gets on the phone, like, it's like, listen, you're staying at the Nintendo store to camp out to meet Shigeru Miyamoto, and that's final. Alright? So I'm like, okay, fine. And, like, the security, the Nintendo stores in Rockefeller Center, which is, like, basically the neighboring block from Carnegie Hall. And the security, I'm not, there's no way I'm winning this. I was too busy running my mouth, but that's such is life. I'd rather tell this story. Because I don't think I've ever really told this story online before. I don't even think, I posted videos about it. Actually, well, why don't I? Okay, I'm just searching something on Google real quick, excuse me. Okay. Okay, hold on. Miyamoto, Nintendo World. I'm seeing lots of stuff about the okay, I'm sorry, I'm I'm trying to pull this up, but the event was from like back in 2005, so the photo isn't as... Okay. Here we go. Okay, excuse me. I don't like doing stuff like this live, but since I'm talking to you, Kyle, right now, I just have to add this. I just have to wing this. I just have to add this in to add source image, add source, add a new source instead. And we're just going to go to the desktop. And you're going to see this. Here we go. There I am. Oh, come on, bigger. This is not the highest resolution version of this photo that went out. Yeah, that's me with my my Eslo hat that my mom knitted for me. And there's Bill Trinan. Not that I didn't really know who he was at the well, actually I knew who he was. I was just so starstruck with meeting Miyamoto that I didn't realize it was him. So yeah, actually I should tweet this photo at Bill Trinan. That would be crazy. Yeah, I should tweet this at him. Yeah, it's a great picture. And no, and this was from the official Nintendo press kit that this photo went out. So he signed my DS, and it's funny because I remember I was already like in line. Let me just get rid of this. Okay. In a few turns, I'll try to pull up a video that I took at the on the line. And so we formed this line, and okay, there's a story I could tell you from of something that happened on that line at like maybe 2 in the morning, right about now actually. There's something I can tell you about what happened on that line that concerns some. I mean, he's not as active as before, but I really don't try to look for him. A well-known personality, someone who's well-known. I don't want to say more than that. And it's ultimately kind of a goofy story, but it doesn't reflect well on them. And in addition to a lot of other stories people have about this person, like, and yeah, so I could tell you some interesting stories about some things that happened on that line. Fortunately, in this particular story, no one got hurt. Not all the stories about him are that benign. I mean, if this was the only weird thing this person's ever done, I probably would be more willing to talk about it. Let's see. But yeah, and the weird thing is, this was right after Hurricane Sandy happened. So a lot of people thought that we were like refugees or something from New Orleans, because we just like had this weird encampment built down the sidewalk as we were waiting all night for, you know, to meet Miyamoto. And I remember and people saying like, "Oh, what are you gonna have Miyamoto sign?" And I was like, "Oh, I didn't really want him to sign. I didn't want his autograph. I mean, everyone's going to be asking for his autograph. I just wanted to meet him." And it's like, you have your DS. Have him sign your DS. And so, because my mother was there too, Miyamoto signed my DS. Then my mother had him sign the Game Boy Micro box. And because of my hat, a bunch of photographers that were there, like official photographers, moved the rope that was to guide people away from the Miyamoto signing area. And the way they moved the rope, the only way I could leave out there without like moving the rope again, I moved the rope and followed it, and right there, Reggie Fils-Aimé was talking to some other official that was there. And I was like, oh, hi. Like, and he's like, oh, hey, you know, what's going on? And it's like, oh, you know, I just, you know, it's awesome meeting you. This is, like, this was between E3 2005 and E3 2006. So at this point is like, he was kind of well known. Hey, Hearts 024, or is it just Hearts 24, or is it Hearts 024? You know, how that's styled is, I think, very important. And so, and then, because my mom, because at that point my mom, I was just talking to him for a minute, and then at that point my mom, had gotten the Game Boy Micro box I handed her to sign. So he was, you know, so me and my mom are talking to Reggie, and so he's like, oh, you want me to sign something? Because this was not, Reggie wasn't even advertised as being there. Reggie was not there to sign autographs. Because of the way they moved the rope, I ended up having a little one-on-one time with him that not everyone got to have. Oh, please, Mario, do not ruin this for us. Thank you. Okay, Toad, don't, doggone. Now we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose because the AI for the people that are the targets are idiots in this. Oh gosh. What I try to do with this minigame, I try to bunch all of the AI characters on one side, get them all killed, and then I have free reign of the entire board to move freely. Because what they do is they get me trapped, I get taken out through no fault of my own, and then they're idiots and they get taken out too. So, I said, oh, do you want to sign my DS that Miyamoto signed? And this is interesting, Reggie, and I've heard this since then from other people, he will not sign, Reggie will refuse to sign a Nintendo system that Reggie is also, Reggie will refuse to sign a Nintendo system that Shigeru Miyamoto is also signed. He was willing to sign the Game Boy Micro box that Miyamoto signed, but if Miyamoto has signed a Nintendo system, Reggie will refuse to put his name on it. He's like, nah, like, it is signed by Miyamoto. I am not on his level, so I will not sign a Nintendo system that Miyamoto is also signed. And, yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you this. Yeah, so, my mom had the Game Boy Micro box, so he signed the inside of it with the Miyamoto signature. And I also had him, he also signed the faceplates for my Game Boy Micro. So that was crazy. And then he did one and only one autograph signing about a month before, it was like the day after the final name of Nintendo Project Revolution was announced to be Wii. Like the day after that, they did an autograph signing for Reggie. And this was it's so quaint. Like Reggie did an autograph signing at the Nintendo World, and this is like right before I'm gonna lose. I can't do anything in this minigame. Yeah. I mean, even between E3 2005 and E3 2006, I mean, Reggie was a big enough deal that his E3 used to be held in May back then. So in like April, it was about a month before E3. Wow, I actually won. That's rare that the player operating the crane doesn't win that. Reggie, it was a big enough deal that he thought to have an autograph signing at the Nintendo store, which is something that and this is before he was like the president of Nintendo of America. He was still the vice president of sales and marketing. And so I went there. I actually skipped my SAT to go see him, actually, because, well, I didn't well, I had already been accepted to the college of my choice, and I took the SAT once, but there was some kind of paperwork error, and I didn't get my disability modifications I was supposed to get. And so they offered me to retake it again with my modifications, but I had already been accepted to the college of my choice. Because the college I went to was one of the only colleges in my region that was willing to accept students without an SAT score. And I didn't know this at the time. It was sort of coincidental to me being like a special needs student, but a lot of people that are maybe have certain disabilities or on the autism spectrum who or have other issues where they're intelligent enough for college and they're capable of college, but of taking on the coursework. But the way the SAT is structured doesn't really reflect their capabilities well. And the college I went to happened to be one of the only colleges in the area that was willing to accept students without an SAT score. So you got a lot of interesting characters going to that college. But anyway, that's aside the point. So I basically technically skipped my SAT to go... No, excuse me. I'm confusing two different stories. I'm confusing when I went to go see the E3 2006 Nintendo media briefing at the Nintendo store. That's the day I skipped my SAT. Yeah, I just wasn't even paying attention there. So it's all riding on Peach now, and I think she has the easy mode AI. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be here all night with that, but... what was I going at? Yeah, so... But... I read the book Blue Ocean Strategy, the actual, like, business theory and strategy book that the audience expansion campaign Nintendo was going on with the DS and the Wii was inspired by. And when I did that, so I actually read the book, and I had him sign my copy of it, and I still have it. I don't have it handy. And then I met Reggie at a few other events. I had more autographs of Reggie than most people would ever want or need, so I didn't really ask for any more autographs, but he did recognize me at a few different events. It's like, hey, I remember you. You're the guy who had the Minish Cap at the Miyamoto event, then you were at the autograph signing, then you were at the 3DS launch. Like, he would remember me. Like, he didn't know me, of course. It's not like we were friends or anything, but... Oh, but the cool thing is, when I met... He was really impressed when I had the copy of Blue Ocean Strategy for him to sign. And he said, he signs it, Reggie, thanks for the support, and remember to always go for the blue ocean of opportunity, is what he signed it with. So that's really cool that I have that. And then, okay, there's this minigame again. Let's see if I can... I mean, I redeemed myself in that the balloon popping cart arena cart thing. So let's... Oh, I had the gold mushroom and I lost it, but I'm taking it back. Oh, come on. I mean, I've rarely even... Oh, come on. That's... Hey. I got the gold mushroom. Okay. I have a chance of second right now. Sometimes the AI for this really bones it and just starts, like, wandering around for a very long period of time. Wow, I actually won Grab Bag. I won the balloon popping card game and Grab Bag on the same night. This is... I'm gonna... I mean, there's so many coins at play now. I mean, I have to wonder, is it... You know what? I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna deliberately lose this. I'm gonna deliberately lose this for my team. Because I don't want to put more coins in play for Yoshi, who's in first place right now. Yeah, I'm gonna let Peach win this. Because I don't want to put more coins in Yoshi's hands. Because all that matters is me. Yeah, no, I'm playing this real cutthroat. All that matters is me having more coins than everyone else. It doesn't matter if 30 more coins go into play as opposed to 10. So, I think Peach is in fourth anyway. I bought a signature online. I did buy one signature online. It is a copy of Stepney the Bluebell Engine. Signed, yeah, let me... I don't have it. Yeah, it's not handy right now. I don't have it. It's one of the... well, I'll just grab a copy. I could grab a copy of the book itself. No, I don't have that handy. These are... excuse me, I might as well go full screen for this. No, that's not right. That's... here we go. Yeah, this is these are the original Thomas the Tank Engine books. It was just called the Railway series. This is a modern reprint of it, but this series started in the 1940s, and the artwork is pretty fantastic. This is during the era when Peter Edwards was doing the illustrations. But I have a copy of the 1960 book Stephanie the Bluebell Engine, which inspired the Thomas episodes that led me to visit the actual Bluebell Railway in England. The signature's not on there. I just want to show you what the books were like. So it's like a little book this size, because these were printed as small books. Oh, excuse me. I'm just skipping left and right. No, this is not Mario 64. This is Mario Party 2. Okay, which turn is this? This is turn 18. Actually, let me go to YouTube. Let me see if I can pull up the video from the night of the Miyamoto event. How do I... okay, I want to leave full screen. I'm just going to search my own YouTube. G-Guru1, there I am, and there we go. Let's, oh my gosh, that's not what I intended to do. This is not what's supposed to be happening. Okay. I have to... yeah, I'm not logged into this, so excuse me. Okay. Okay, that's the... how do I don't know how to scroll good. Okay. I'm just gonna have to do this. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, I took this outside the store. Now, let me explain what happened here. Hold on, let me explain what was going on here. So, there's like maybe 100 people in front of the Nintendo store. It is like maybe 9 o'clock at night. The store was already closed. I already got my Game Boy Micro, right? I'll explain the engraved Game Boy Micro. And actually, I might as well just change this to just chatting for now. Okay. Okay. Okay, so... oh, excuse me, I have to pull up the interacts because I'm still new at using YouTube on this. And some guy there had a PSP. And this dude, like, took out his DS and dropped it on the concrete in the middle of the street and dared the guy with the PSP to drop his system and see if it still worked. And he dropped it a few times. So it's like, yeah, it was crazy. He dropped his own... yeah, it's filmed with a potato. And the thing is, there's so much stuff that happened at these events that nobody recorded because people, like, this was, what, 2005? People didn't even have, like, a smartphone in 2005 meant that you had, like a Palm Pilot style PDA with a with a pop-out antenna and a stylus and like a little telephone keypad. That's what a smartphone was. Like the idea of something like an iPhone was nowhere in people. So people didn't have. And there's the Nintendo store people looking down on this. There's the DS. He's gonna drop it again. And he's like, yeah, it still works. Yeah, and he's like daring the guy with the PSP to drop his system. And I had a PSP at this point. I didn't have it with me for this. Wow, there he is. Yeah, can you tell this is in New York? Like, you shouldn't be dropping your DS. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, you do it when you work for Nintendo and they pay you to break their products, not when you pay. Come on, let me roof it.
Yeah, all this because a guy had a PSP and he wants to prove the DS is better, so he wants to prove how durable it is by repeatedly dropping his system. Actually, the guy, he's actually pretty... This dude here... He's pretty talented, actually. He made this amazing, like, papercraft statue of Ganondorf with, like, hundreds of folds on it. And it's like, it was like, maybe, it was big. I can't even see my own camera here. It was like, yay big. It was pretty big, and it was actually on display at the Nintendo store for a few months. It was pretty cool. Now, how do I don't know how to go back to my channel without just... Oh, wait. Oh, there we go. I think... Do I just hold and I could scroll down a bit? Alright, the quickest way is just go back to my channel. Okay. E3 2006. Well, actually, yeah, so E3 2006 DS. And, oh yeah, well, I guess... we'll look at this first. Now, I'm probably just saying here... Well, we'll play it. I'm probably just saying here exactly what's actually in the video. I mean... Oh man, look at me with the glasses I used to need to wear for
made. In fact, it may be completely unique, maybe absolutely one of a kind. This
yeah, there's my old room.
Nintendo DS. I'm gonna put it on the bed here. This is the E3 2006 Nintendo DS, which was made to commemorate the E3 2006 Nintendo press briefing where they revealed the Wii for the first time to the public. Now, only a few.
I think there were 20 or 30 of these made.
Attend the live satellite broadcast.
Wait, no, actually, I think I said
you had to attend the live satellite broadcast.
Yeah, I still have it.
E3 press show to get one of these, but they didn't tell you that they were going to have these. What they did, you brought your Nintendo DS. If you had it, you could have left it there. And they engraved it for you with a special machine with this custom engraving with the E3 logo, Nintendo World, New York, and the date.
This is the first time I've watched this in years.
And
I think there were 30 of these.
And you come back and pick it up. Well, no one knew that they were going to do this, so they all brought their old battered up DSs. No one had a new DS to give. And I had a black DS.
Because the store was closed at this point. Like when they had this E3 2006 party, the store was closed, so you could not buy a DS at that point. And once you left the party, you were not allowed to go back in. So, like you had to bring an old DS.
Retail at Nintendo World, so I happen to have a black Nintendo DS.
And I got this is a black. This is basically what Nintendo was doing because the DS wasn't region locked. They would take Japanese DS colors, put a special UPC over the Japanese one and sell it at Nintendo store. So that's why I was one of those self-conscious nerds who I knew I was a nerd. I wanted to try to play it off as cool as I could. So like I originally had a purple OG Game Boy Advance. I love it, but at the time it's like, hey, I want to look cool. So I was originally going to get a black Game Boy Advance. Instead I got was able to get a black Game Boy Advance SP.
And it was, you know, sort of old and worn by then. But what happened was the machine accidentally, there was some kind of mistake and they messed up my old DS. They replaced it with a brand new black DS with the E3 engraving on it. So this might be the only brand new Nintendo DS in mint condition to have this special engraving on it. As you can see, the screens, I've never used this once. As soon as I got this, I just put it back in the box. There's the box there. It's the Japanese packaging.
Yeah, so that's why I got this.
I put it right back in the box, and I never used this. Now, maybe some other DSs got messed up by this engraving, and a few other people got new DS replacement units. But this is the only one I know of that it might be the only black DS with this engraving.
Yeah, this is the only black Nintendo DS of the E3 2006 DS. It's the only mint condition example I'm aware of. If there is one, it must exist within Nintendo somewhere. And it is the only mint condition one, the only black one for sure. And I think there were maybe 20 or 30 made.
This is really, really rare. You're probably not going to find a mint condition DS with this engraving on it on eBay. And, you know, 5906, you know, I skipped my SAT to attend that event on that day. It was an absolutely
we're just talking
event.
about this.
You know, I slept overnight. I traveled 50 miles in a car. I slept in front of Nintendo World in my car to attend this event. It was like the second coming of Nintendo, practically, going from GameCube, where a lot of, you know, industry sources suggest that it might even be their last system because it, you know, didn't live up to a lot of people's expectations. And, you know, there are hundreds
it's so
of people
weird
at this
that
event. It
now
was
people
like
look back on the game
of Nintendo.
by
It was
like Wii U,
unique.
by the
You'll
Wii
never
era, people were looking
see
back on the
another event
GameCube as a
like that
positive
again.
example
So
of what a
it's really
Nintendo
cool that
system should
Nintendo
be like.
recognized
But at the
this and made a
time
special DS
that the GameCube
just
was
for
out,
that
I was
one
on the
day.
official
And it
Nintendo
was the
forums,
DS
like
people
way
who
more than I
brought
should
their
have.
systems
People
there,
were
so
talking about GameCube
you
in
know,
the
it's
same
really
way
unique.
they were
They
talking
never
about Wii U
sold
later
this
on. It's this
resale that I know
mess
of.
up. This
So here
like
it is,
Nintendo
a
messed up. They can't
possibly
make another
one of a
mistake like
kind
this.
Nintendo DS.
All right, I have to keep going back to my channel and looking this up. No, okay. E3. So I have to tell you the story about this. So me and my mom were parked in front of the Nintendo store because we thought there was going to be another crowd. Yeah, we thought there was going to be another crowd in front of the store like there was for the Miyamoto line. Because the Miyamoto line was the first event I'd been to there, so I didn't know if the Miyamoto event crowd was going to be unique. So for the E3 2006, when they were publicly revealing the Wii for the first time, I have no idea what's going on in terms of, like, we ended up being the first people there, and we just spent the night in the car for nothing. I ended up watching Advent Children on my PSP. We bought Advent Children on the way there just for me to watch on my PSP to pass the time. And this was before, this is 2006. Streaming didn't really exist like it does today. And to broadcast the to broadcast the feed of the E3 press conference to the Nintendo store, Nintendo brought this gigantic satellite dish the size of the room that I'm broadcasting this from, and there was a huge, like, diesel generator attached to it, and there was this cable that was like, see this big dollar coin? There was a cable like as thick as this going from this diesel engine powered satellite dish into the Nintendo store to feed the press conference to all the screens. And this was like maybe 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and they were testing it on the screens that you could see on the second floor of the Nintendo store, and I saw Reggie and Miyamoto and Iwata rehearsing for the E3 press conference the next day. So they were in plain clothes with visible mics instead of the discreet ones they used during the actual event. And I actually got to see them. They were, mind you, this is the first video I had that I put a title card on. All right. Yeah, and this is the only Wii game we've seen at this point is the Red Steel magazine feature in Game Informer, and I'm seeing them playing Wii Tennis, Wii Sports Tennis on screen, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm actually seeing this before anyone else outside of Nintendo. And the thing is, this is 2006. Wi-Fi isn't a thing yet. Smartphones aren't a thing yet. I had a laptop. I have no way to get it online. So, because of that...
Right up on that screen, they're rehearsing...
So I filmed this. I had no way to show it to everybody until, like, the next day.
And through satellite in the back of that store, I'm right in front of Nintendo World, they're broadcasting to test a... They're practicing the press
I'll get back
conference
to
right
Mario
now.
Party, I
Miyamoto
promise.
or Reggie walking across the bottom of the screen beneath that picture of the Wii controller up on screen. And I just watched them a few minutes ago. Reggie and Miyamoto and several others playing.
Yeah, I didn't catch the footage of the Wii Sports
with the Wii controller.
Yeah, I just have to say a multiplayer tennis game because we didn't know about Wii Sports at this point.
It doesn't look like it just changed a little. It doesn't look like they're focusing on that. So, with that, I'm gonna end this video.
Oh, look, and here's Satoru Iwata, and this isn't the outfit he was wearing when he did the final presentation, the actual presentation. And there's Reggie just in a white, polo shirt with a visible microphone on it. Let me mute that. Okay, the video's over anyway. Okay, we're not going to watch the N64 unveiling. Maybe we'll watch some... Okay, so the quickest way I know to go back to this stuff. Now, here's something. I have what I understand to be the first E3 live fan reaction video that was possibly ever taken. And certainly the first one on YouTube. Okay. Now, I only have it in segments. E3 2006 React. Okay. Now I only have segments of this because I had to literally keep swapping out memory cards because I have little, like my biggest memory card was like 128 megabytes and that was like a big card at the time. I think this was a 4 megapixel camera, which was pretty big at the time. It certainly wasn't high def. It was a standard definition camera. It was a very good, even just having any camera. So this was the first time they did an E3 event at the Nintendo store where and mind you, this is before live reactions are a thing, and I was so interested by the video that had come out of, well, I guess maybe because I could get into a lot of stuff about why, but I like seeing people's like historical footage of people reacting to things as they're happening and not through the filter of how people feel about things after the fact. I'd like to see people's honest reactions and be able to study them. So I was interested in the reactions when people were freaking out about the E3 2004 reveal of Zelda Twilight Princess. And those reactions were from inside the theater. So I thought, hey, we're going to have a bunch of people watching the reveal of the Wii. Why don't I record some of it as much as my memory cards will allow, and so I could, just have a record of how people are reacting to these game reveals. So this is the moment it's starting. We're on the second floor of Nintendo. I think I only have a total of 42 seconds of... Wait, hold on. Let's... Hold on. Something doesn't quite make sense. Gigaleak 1... Gigaleak 1 E3 2006 reactions... No, I definitely... Okay, I'm gonna have to... I have to search the whole thing. Because that... Nintendo E3 06 fan reactions 1... I can't copy and paste, so excuse me. E3 So we're gonna watch. Okay, the first part is only 42 seconds. This is the moment Miyamoto walked out on stage. And, I mean, at the time I uploaded this, I had no way to edit them together. And remember, the first Wii game Nintendo showed to the public was Wii Music, and people were excited by it. People got so excited that Nintendo misread that and came back in 2008 and totally botched it, with, and ruined their presentation with. All right. So he's. Okay, good. It's gonna play automatically. Okay, it's gonna take us to the next part. So, I guess. Actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna.
Look at all those people. I know.
Oh yeah, okay. I have to pause in a moment. I just want to blow this up. This is the first time we're seeing Excite Truck, and alright, I have a little narrow spot for me to stand in. Now, when you might have noticed, okay, someone said, "Oh, that's the racing game." Now, when we did the a number of us here were there for the Reggie autograph signing about a month before this, and people were asking him, I know, like, hey, can you give us any hints or, tell us about any secret game stuff about that we're going to see on the Wii, for the Wii at E3? And it's like, well, I can't sell you anything. The only thing I can tell you is that there's going to be a very exciting racing game. And he kept saying that, very exciting racing game. And we weren't picking up on it. He was teasing Excite Truck. So that's why people were saying, oh, that's the racing game. And this guy's playing Red Steel. I mean, the game itself didn't really deliver what was... here's something funny. I'll just mute this for a moment. But when the first screenshots of Game Informer leaked of the when they had the cover story on Red Steel, I was on the official Nintendo boards when this happened. So Red Steel, people see the first official screenshots of it, and a bunch of like Nintendo haters that for some reason were on the official Nintendo forum. I'm gonna play this in a second. We're saying like, oh, those screenshots the graphics are way too good to be Nintendo Wii. And yes, they did turn out to be bullshots, as they call them, where Ubisoft was showing graphics that didn't reflect the final game. Watch Dogs that happened with. It's a Ubisoft thing. But these Nintendo haters saying, oh, like those screenshots are way too good to be on the Wii. So this definitely has to be a hoax. Then, like a few hours later, when it was confirmed that these were real, like, official screenshots that Ubisoft released of the Red Steel for Revolution, as it was still called then, the same people were like, see, look at those graphics. Those graphics suck. I told you Nintendo sucks. Like, look how bad the graphics are. Like, dude, these same screenshots just a couple hours ago you were saying were too good to possibly be on Nintendo Revolution. Now you're saying that they look bad now that you know it actually is on Revolution.
What you'll see from Nintendo is not just next. Instead, it's what's absolutely new.
So this is basically the first fan reaction video on YouTube to an E3 event or a Nintendo E3 event.
Where playing is no longer just about looks. It's about the feel. Where it's no longer confined to just a few. It's about everyone. And most of all, the next leap is not about what you see. Because
listen to the...
you see...
No, I'm going to go back to that. Listen to the reaction for this... at this part, like for this part. Listen to the reaction here.
Because what you see is not always what you get. The next thing is about playing. Because playing is believing.
Now the funny thing, the playing is believing. I believe Nintendo actually, like, it was in some fine print that, like, related to some of the material they were using. When they kept saying playing is believing, they actually, I think, had to pay, like, Namco for the rights to, yeah, they actually had to pay Nintendo, they actually had to pay Namco for the rights to use playing is believing because they held to pay, now, this is a bit unrelated, but in the reflection of this screen here, this bank of screens isn't at Nintendo World anymore. But in the reflection of the building on the second story, there's like a psychic counselor person. I believe that's still there to this day. I mean, here I don't think they actually even show us the game they're playing here. Yeah, look at me, younger me, being a bit of a butt with that flex there. It was a little uncalled for, but I was younger and less experienced, so I forgive myself. Because we had seen a concept video like this at, it was a Tokyo Game Show in September 2005. Now here they show this whole section, they never show any gameplay here, but it was this concept for the Wii motion control. Now, this part, I happen to turn... Oh, I'm going to pause once it starts. Now, somehow... Because every time you see a new video, that's me swapping out an SD card in real time. Somehow I managed to start the camera the exact second before they revealed Mario Galaxy. And we had no idea this was coming. We had no idea this was in the works. And this is also a big deal. Because if you had been playing Mario 64, you didn't get... At the time they revealed Mario Galaxy, the only 3D Mario games were Mario 64 and Mario Sunshine. And there hadn't been a Nintendo system... And before Mario 64, there was, like, Mario World. Yes, Yoshi's Island was meant to be the sequel to Super Mario World. It was called Super Mario World 2, but, people kind of consider that, the first Yoshi game rather than the second Super Mario World game. So, and if you consider only Super Mario World the main Mario game for Super NES, they had not been a Nintendo system with multiple Mario games since the NES. Since then, we only had Super Mario World, Mario 64, and Mario Sunshine as far as the main Mario platformers. So seeing a new Mario platformer was a much bigger deal than it is nowadays, where we're used to getting 2 or 3 2D or 3D Mario games in a system's lifespan. And we had no idea this was coming. So... No, we had no idea what that was, because we didn't know about the speaker in the Wii Remote. Like, we have no idea what we're seeing. He's, like, hopping across these little mini-planets. Like, what is this? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. They actually... I'm pointing like you can see me. Look at this. They actually show the system that they're playing the game on. Unfortunately, Nintendo lost the technology to do this by E3 2011 when they revealed the Wii U. They just forgot how to do this. So they just failed to show the console. And so even though during E3 2011 when they revealed the Wii U and confused everybody and they never got over that, and it helped put the system in an early grave, sadly. Wii's off screen. My Wii is right here on this little table, and which I will continue to I will be playing Mario Party 2 on. Watch a little after this E3 2006 stuff. We'll move back onto Mario Party and finish the game. Yeah, but they showed the system. They showed the game, and they showed the system. This is our first look at Metroid Prime 3. And to an extent, there had been so much Doom, and now the Wii was not, you know, a high-definition system. You know, it was marginally better than the original Xbox in terms of its standard definition output. But there had been so much doom and gloom about how bad Revolution's graphics were going to be, that the fact that we actually see the game, and it's even slightly better than GameCube, was enough to blow us away at that point. And plus, this was, I mean, yeah, like, we're all into, like, yeah, HD graphics, you know, but most of us didn't even have an HD TV at the time. So it's just, yeah, there's Wario. Yeah, that's the moment I realized I was looking at a new WarioWare game, which I believe suffered from the lack of, you know, I did intend to do, okay, I think this is the last part here, but I did intend to do some viewing sessions of old Nintendo E3 press conferences. Yeah, they showed a lot of the slot on the Wii glowing, but in the end they only used that as a notification thing for if you got something sent to WiiConnect 24. I actually used my Wii.com email address. All I did was I scheduled Gmail to send daily emails to the Wii to make, yeah, Now, it said, for a split second, it actually looked like it said me. The concept of Miis, well, we actually saw the first Miis during this presentation because they used some customizable avatars of Reggie and Miyamoto and Iwata to play Wii Tennis. Yeah, here's us looking at Metroid Prime 3. Oh, this is just a reel of all these different games. Yeah, just look at, okay. Okay. I'm pausing there. Now, we're gonna see Disaster Day of Crisis and Project Hammer. And throughout the GameCube's lifespan, like, sort of the thing was, like, oh, Nintendo needs to make more mature games, they need to be more gritty and move into, like, T and M-rated action games to be relevant. And so all of a sudden we see these two, you know, grittier looking action games published by Nintendo announced here. Project Hammer never even came out. There's an amazing, if you look up Project Hammer expose, that game had an insane, disastrous launch cycle. All the drama about, all the drama about the development of that game. And then Disaster Day of Crisis came out in Japan and Europe. Apparently Reggie was, like, someone asked him in an interview about Disaster Day of Crisis, and he flat out said, I don't think the game is good enough to bring here. Like, if it sells really good in Europe, I'll consider it, but, like, it seemed like he may have personally vetoed the game coming out in North America. He even said the voice acting wasn't that good. So we're going to see Disaster Day of Crisis and Project Hammer, and you kind of hear the gas of the audience. I think this is the last part. I don't know. Oh, this is I think one of the longest segments. This is a full 5 minutes. Because, like, this is the second time we saw footage of Mario Galaxy, but we didn't really know anything about it. And I think they explain after this. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's the first time we saw what became Sonic and the Secret Rings. Yeah, I had to kind of trick the Wii into having the discs lock well. I mean, that thing looked really cool when it was glowing. Now I remember right when it was right before there was like some event before the Wii came out, and people were saying, no, it was at some public event, and like the sun was shining into the like area where they had this Wii demo event set up, and they were saying, hey, the Wii won't work in direct sunlight, like the pointer won't work in direct sunlight, which is true. Like when I during certain times of day, I had to close my blinds in order to use the pointer on the Wii. And some idiots on the Nintendo board saying, oh, you're accusing Nintendo of making a faulty system. I was like, well, here's the proof. We have it at this event where people are playing it, and the direct sunlight interfered with the pointer. And they're saying, like, oh, well, you're saying Nintendo's making a defective system, but this isn't even the final system, and we know that it's not the final system because the disc tray isn't even glowing on it. Because that was the proof they had, that this wasn't the final system, therefore the final system, the pointer is going to work in direct sunlight. Now, let me rewind a bit. Okay.
That was first part,
right.
wasn't it?
Oh, actually, I want to hear what I said there. I was talking to the guy next to me.
That was first party, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was asking, were those games first party?
But this one is different. It is by far the best Zelda game we've ever made. And it's also the most beautiful game Nintendo has ever made. But just as importantly, it's breaking precedent. Because this is the first Zelda game that will be right there on launch day alongside a new Nintendo system. How good is that? I know you'll make that judgment for yourself.
Yeah, that's the moment we learned that.
For a first look, then right now. So please
Other than the bloom, but yeah. I mean, this was at a time when we were like Nintendo was really trying hard to cater to the extreme demand for a realistic Zelda after Wind Waker. So they probably leaned into that bloom, gritty, whatever thing more harder than they would have. Hey, there's Bill Trinan, who I have a picture of me totally ignoring him to shake hands with Miyamoto. Now, he's going to talk about the controls. In this build, they actually did not have the waggle for the sword control yet. They only used the motion control for special moves. This is the last section. After this, we'll go back to Mario Party, I promise. Like, I did not even notice he was there. Now, when he moves around, there's this fairy, this very obvious fairy that's sort of moving around the screen like a pointer. Whenever he points at the screen, I don't think that was in the final version. I don't think.
That's what makes it great. The first thing you'll notice on screen in the Wii version is the presence of fairies. This fairy indicates where you'll be pointing with the Wii Remote's pointer. You'll use this on a very basic level to access all of your menu screens, select your items. It's very intuitive, it's very nice, it's very easy to use. I think you're all going to like it. But, you know, menus aren't that exciting, so why don't we get into some of the more intense battles? Your basic sword movements are handled using the B button on the bottom of the Wii Remote.
Yeah, use the B button for the...
All your enemies are going to be within reach. Some of them you're going to have to get at from a distance.
Oh, yeah, coming up... Okay, we're going to learn the moment that we actually... We're going to see the moment we actually learn that the Wii Remote is going to have a speaker on it, and the way they sell this is fantastic, like in the script.
Using the pointer on the Wii Remote. As Nate's showing us here, as you aim with the circle in the center of the screen, within that circle, your targeting cursor moves independently.
Oh, darn! I don't have it on. Okay. I don't have it. I thought I had the moment where he's like, you will hear the whip of the arrow as it travels across the screen into the heart of your enemies. Okay, let me switch back to Retro and Mario Party 2. We'll finish this game off. I'm already going to be... because I have to get up early to try to freaking pre-order the, well, not too early. Yeah, I have to get up early to try to pre-order the Analog Pocket, which if I do get one, I will be using for streaming. I was going to say for streaming purposes, but that's a very bad habit, because for streaming is suitable, because streaming is the purpose. So to say for streaming purposes, well, it's common parlance. It is, in terms of writing, it's not optimal style. So thanks. I didn't expect to go into the watching all that E3 stuff with you. So thanks for hanging out with me and chatting with me for all that. Now let's see if I can score. We're more than halfway through this. We get basically a little more than halfway through this match. So let's finish it off. See if I can make it. Now, that was this big blast. I'm at the mercy of chance here, but it's fun, so let's do it. Yeah, no, down the line, maybe, when I have maybe a few more viewers, I'll like to do some, well, I'd like to do live viewings. Well, I'd like to do, like, stream viewings of old Nintendo and other E3 conferences, because it's fun when we do, I just like to do it. Now, Kyle, did you actually see that presentation before by Nintendo from 2006, or, like, did you ever see the presentation just on its own, or was me filming the screen of us getting the satellite feed of it the first time you saw it, those little segments of it? Alright, I'm out, but I'm gonna have second place, so I'm gonna get some coins out of this. You know what I like? I like how, right now where I'm sitting, playing as Luigi is blocking the Mario sprite, so. Okay, let me, time to break out my TI 108 for a little quick math, okay. So 221 minus 193 equals. Yeah, I'm only 28 coins away from first place right now. And this is, if I'm on Yoshi's team, I'm not even going to bother playing. Okay, I'm not on Yoshi's team, so I can actually go ahead and play and try to win. And I'm come on. Okay, we're doing good so far. Okay, we're 2 ahead. We're doing good. I'm good when I'm launching the torpedoes. When I'm steering the... What's this camera angle? What is this camera angle? Alright. Oh my gosh. It just spawned the... right in front of him. It gave me the worst camera... Mario, please go up. At the very least, I'm gonna tie and... Ooh, that was a very slim chance of actually hitting. Mario, come on. Come on, Mario. Come on, Mario. Up, 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 up. Up, up, up. Up, up. We got it. We've got it. Yeah, when I'm the one steering, the steering controls are not good in this. When I'm the one steering, is the outcome based on coins. Yeah, in this particular mode, this isn't a normal board game. This mode, you're just competing for coins. All the spaces determine is what kind of minigame will be played. And unfortunately, the regular adventure board game maps do not allow for coin handicaps. There is also a extra hard AI setting, but I can't access it in this mode or in the normal board game maps, because frankly, extra hard would probably be the most appropriate AI level for me to play against. But that's why I ran the spinner and randomized the player AI to give me possible extreme disadvantages and just sort of randomize things a bit more. Well, stars and the normal normal game boards have stars in them. And you're trying to reach Toad, and you pay him 20 coins for a star, and whoever has the most stars wins. This is sort of a side mode where it's just based entirely on playing minigames, where there are no sort of events taking place on the board game map, where you're just making laps around this figure 8 board game, and you get 10 coins for passing Toad, and the red, blue, and battle spaces just determine what kinds of minigames will be played. This is probably a version of the... Oh, Peach, why did you do that? I used to be boss at this minigame all the time, but now I guess I just don't have... I just don't have the reflexes anymore. I guess that I just don't get the timing down on it. Oh my gosh. I'm getting destroyed. I used to just instantly destroy, whether I was holding the cakes or placing the strawberries, I used to just instantly destroy the enemies in this, but... Yeah, it's basically... Because I still like the board game element of it, so I do like this. And that's what irritates me when people say like, oh, Mario Party can't work online because it takes too long. I'm like, have you played Mario Party 2? There's a simple little board game where you can play for as few as 10 turns, and it works fine. And people, like on the official Nintendo forum, I remember at Game Developer Conference 2005, Nintendo and Iwata was always given the keynote at the opening keynote at Game Developer Conference, and Iwata rather explicitly would use Game Developer Conference. Basically, he would talk about general industry issues, but to be real, he had such a respected, he was so respected that they basically allowed him to use come on, Mario, end this. Oh, it's just the two of us. It's just the two of us. Oh my gosh. Well, that was the thing. Where they basically let Satoru Iwata use Game Developer Conference's opening keynote as a pep rally for Nintendo's E3 presentation. And we were kind of just trying to nuzzle each other without trying to expose each other to our fire. So they probably looked a little more jank than they actually are. But they are... Yeah, they actually don't control that bad. It's just that we were trying to shoot each other without being in a vulnerable position. And doing that causes to sort of nuzzle each other without actually being able to, like, fire properly. So where I was going with all this, it was... Like, when they announced the Nintendo DS, like, it had Wi-Fi, and that excited people. Oh, we're gonna have online gaming for this, and then Nintendo wasn't really talking about it. And then, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to move away from the other characters, so that there's as little chance as possible of Mario taking us all out with a single bullet, with a single shell. Now it's all up to me. Okay. I was expecting to jump over it, and I think I had my timing down, but Mario just missed. Now, yeah, so we were excited because we knew the DS had Wi-Fi, but Nintendo wasn't... And Reggie even said at E3 2004, it's beyond online, it's no line. And, Nintendo not getting into online gaming was one of the biggest controversies of the GameCube generation. A lot of people were saying, like, oh, the GameCube sold so poorly, and I mean now the Xbox only was sold a couple million more units than the GameCube in the end. but the GameCube was considered as a failure in the way that the Wii U was considered a failure in its generation. And people were saying, like, oh, the GameCube is failing because it doesn't have online gaming like Xbox and PlayStation 2. And looking back at those participation rates of how many people on Xbox or PlayStation 2 were playing compared to the total number of people with the system, yeah, no, like online was a factor for a lot of hardcore gamers, but the number of people that were playing online wasn't enough to for that alone to explain the sales discrepancy. And people are making it out like, I don't know, because people who talk about games like this are people at the forefront of the industry who adopt all the new technologies. So among those people, new technologies like online gaming was a big deal, and they were kind of overinflating the importance of that in later, that it would have in later generations. And to be fair, Iwata was making some dumb arguments. Like, there was some conference that he was at where he was sort of like downplaying online gaming, and he was talking about some golf game for PlayStation 2, and it was like, oh, well, there was an online version of the game and there was an offline version of the game, and the offline version was much more popular, and he was trying to say that to downplay online gaming. But Jeff Keighley was like, I forgot the name of the game, it was a Japan-only game, but it's like, dude, the online version of the game had nothing but the online multiplayer thing, but the non-online version had, like, you know, more robust campaigns and more characters or whatever, so... Alright, I'm gonna have to focus a little bit for this one. But the point is, people were really excited that, oh, Nintendo's finally getting into online, this is gonna be awesome, right? Okay. Oh, by the way, I'll be streaming at... Hold on, let me... Okay. Alright, for some reason it always seems to put me on the upper right. This is a very simple one. Okay. I don't know, something about this Wii U Pro controller is just very hard to slightly tilt the analog stick. What's going on? What am I streaming next? Tomorrow. What's going on here? Hey, 95 points. Now, tomorrow at, I think, 2, I'm going to be playing just a half hour Mario 64, and I'm going to be playing Super Mario Advance for the first time since maybe 2002. So that'll be a lot of fun. So people are really anxious, like, hey, you know, GameCube had a modem and they didn't go online. Like, the DS has Wi-Fi, are they going to use it to do online gaming or not? And I remember, like, oh, Mario Kart DS is coming, this game needs to have online. Oh wow, I made it to first, so I'm in good shape now. I'm on the path to victory here. And we have 8 turns left. And so we knew we were going to get Mario Kart news at Game Developer Conference. And at Game Developer Conference, they had local multiplayer demos of Mario Kart DS. And in interviews, people were asking Satoru Iwata, will Mario Kart DS have online gaming? And we know, looking back, we know he was deliberately misleading people to try to have a bigger splash at E3 maybe. But what he was saying was, oh, well, Mario Kart DS has local wireless multiplayer, and we think that's good enough. And people were saying, hey, you know, Nintendo needs to take this game online, the DS has Wi-Fi, Mario Kart would be great for online. And people and there were Nintendo, I guess, apologists or Nintendo partisans saying, oh, well, you know, the whole point of Mario Kart is to play together with your friends in the same space, and, you know, online would be terrible for Mario. Just took her out with my first bomb. I do this a lot with this minigame. I guess I'm a little too good at it. It's much more exciting when I'm the one having the bombs thrown at me. I don't know why, just that one thing. That's my one superpower. I could just instantly lob the bomb into the bucket in that one minigame in Mario Party 2. But what was going on? Yeah, yeah, thanks, Kyle. What was going on was, yeah, so Iwata said, like, oh, Mario Kart DS will have local multiplayer, that's good enough. And, you know, critics on the forum were saying, like, hey, you know, Nintendo needs to take this game online, this is a big opportunity, they need to get with the times, and Nintendo partisans will just apologize for anything they do or don't do. We're saying, like, oh, you know, this online is against the spirit of Mario Kart, and it would never work, and people would just disconnect if they lost. And then, at E3 2005, when they kind of surprised announced that Mario Kart DS would have online, and it would be, there was demos of the online modes of the game on the show floor, there were people like, okay, now that they've, some of the same people were like, oh, I can't wait to play Mario Kart online, this is going to be so awesome. So, you know, there's some people that just won't embrace something as cool or exciting unless Nintendo does it. Because when it seemed like Iwata was going to stick to that stance that online gaming wasn't worth it, you know, they were just yeah, I guess maybe partisan is even a bit too sophisticated of a term to use for something that, you know, insignificant. Yeah, I've definitely been streaming for... Wow, I've been streaming for 4 hours. Well, I go live 10 minutes before I appear on camera, so... let's see, it says 4:15 I've been live for. Which means basically 4 hours and 5 minutes of the actual, you know, show, as such as it were. Not to, you know. Okay. Yeah, I did not think I'd be doing all that stuff looking back at some of my older YouTube stuff. And I originally uploaded those to Google Video. Yeah, I originally uploaded, I know the Nintendo E3 stuff, and then the Reggie rehearsal stuff, the Reggie and Iwata rehearsing, that was all definitely recorded, and I originally put that up on Google Video. Hey, now that I'm in first place, I really don't have to worry about other people getting coins. I'm on the last leg of this relay race, so I hope the other characters don't bone this up for me. I mean, this is so weird, because it's like, it's not like they're wearing penguin costumes, it's like they have the bodies of penguins, and then just their regular human head, so it's kind of it's a little freaky if you think too hard about it. I mean, these mini-games, you really, like, it's so weird if you think about, what are the series of circumstances that led to these strange things happening? I know in Mario Party 1, there's the, there are 1 versus 3 minigames, and some of the 1 versus 3 minigames in Mario Party 1, one of the players would be dressed up as Bowser, where they'd be like a Bowser's character model, but with the actual character's head. It was a little odd. So they were really kind of framing the some of those 1 versus 3 mini games as that the other characters were fighting against Bowser, and that the I'm almost gonna get 300 coins from this. You know, earlier on, I really wasn't sure if I'd be able to overcome the handicaps. You know, next time I do this, maybe I'll do this next week, I'm going to set everyone to have max, like, 50 coin handicaps and give them the hard AI and see how far I can get. Why did I drop? Why did I drop? Why did I drop? Okay, I should not have dropped. Okay, I'll have to get some time icons. All I have to do now is jam A. The game moves Luigi back automatically. I don't have to move him once I grab him. I move the crane to where I want. This is the first time I've played as the character operating the crane during a stream. So I'm explaining a lot of things. Now I want to get this time clock. Yeah, time clock, as opposed to the clocks that don't tell time. Just in the unlikely case that Peach somehow escapes, now I have time to spare if I do drop her. I guess. Oh my gosh! Why didn't I grab her? That was ridiculous. How is this happening? Okay. Alright. There's no logical reason that Peach should escape. Okay. I was about to say, if the game... Like, I wouldn't know what to think of... yeah, when I first dropped Mario, maybe I didn't have a good grasp on him. But, tomorrow at 2? It should be tomorrow at 2. I will be playing, just a half hour of, Mario Party 2. And last 5 turns, and I'm enjoying this more than I think I would, but I can't wait to go to bed, because I'm on the East Coast, and it's, 3:10 a.m. And I have to be up by, like, at least 10:30, so I could try to, at least by 10, really, so I can get online to try to get my Analog Pocket pre-order in, which I'm getting specifically for, streaming. So I can stream some more handheld games using the actual cartridges. Because they have a lot of Game Boy Advance games on here. Well, the DS games especially, because there's no handheld with HDMI out without expensive modifications that can play a DS and stream it to HDMI, whereas this is really the only official device that could stream the Wii DS games to HDMI to allow streaming. I got this minigame again. We just got this a few minutes ago. Alright. Alright. Once again, I'm the only character left. I'm gonna move over to the side so I have plenty of room to just... Wow, that game went Why did that game play out exactly like the last one? That was way too specific. Alright. Only a few turns left, I think. Yeah, only 3 turns left. So I'm possibly, if they all land on blue, I'm possibly gonna... Oh, we could have a 2 versus 2 minigame coming up. Okay, green, it randomly chooses after the fact whether it'll turn red or blue. So we don't know what's gonna happen here. But it could be a 1 versus... it could either be a 1 versus 3 or a team minigame. Or a 2v2 minigame. Okay. This one, we have a very high chance of winning, but we'll see. I always get in at least the top 2. Okay. Peach is out. Okay, I'm in the top 2, so I'm gonna get some coins out of this. I don't know if it'll be enough to cover my entry fee, but... I do want to win. Oh, I was like a frame away from getting rid of that bomb in time. But at least I'll get something. Alright. Yeah, I think that's the closest. Well, first off, I very rarely lose that minigame, and that's the closest I've ever come to. Okay, I have to focus. Oh, excuse me. Wake up. There we go. Right up C. Right up Z. I forgot what the last one was. I thought it was right, but I second-guessed myself. So I'm out. But we only need one other player to survive this for it to be for us all to win. Okay, Yoshi has the hard mode AI, so... Oh, wow, Yoshi... Oh, wow, they both boned it up in the end. So, Mario wins. Now, this game is funny. Like, there's a shared coin bank. I guess it's to encourage more people to play together. There's a shared coin bank. Whenever you beat a board game... I don't know about the later Mario Party games on the home consoles, but I know there's a shared board game, well, a shared bank, where at the end of any game, whether it's like the adventure maps they call them, or this mode here, all the coins earned are tallied up and added to this total, and that total is what's used to buy the minigames for the other mode, for all the different modes. Now this game is pure chance, so I really don't have to think much as I do this. Now, at the end of the adventure maps, you get a bunch of coins. Well, you spend all your coins on the, you spend your coins on stars, and stars are what you need to win the game. Stars are what, like, the main thing that matters, then coins are used to break up a tie if there is one. Mario Party 2 works so that when you buy the stars from Toad in the adventure maps, they cost 20 coins each. But when they tally up all the coins after it's all over, the stars count as 50 coins each towards your total coin bank that you use to buy minigames and unlock modes with. So if you want to just build up a big coin total to unlock all the minigames, it actually does pay to win stars in the board maps rather than try to save them up, because for whatever altruistic reason, Toad sells them the stars below market value. The best horror game on Twitch. That is a fantastic assessment of Mario Party 2. Priscilla the Corgi, who is just showed up to the chat. It is 3:16 in the morning on the East Coast. Unless I'm watching a stream of a game that I really like and watching someone I really like, especially someone I know, like sort of, know on Twitch or know like in person, I'm playing it, nothing will keep me up past 11, typically. Even on nights where I don't have work the next day or anything like that. Mario Party 2 is my favorite home console Mario game. I've been playing this since 1999. Oh, this game gets the horror tag, really? Well, I'm not playing this under Mario Party 2. I think I'm playing this under Retro. You know, there is Horror Land. Maybe that's the reason why. Well, some games have weird tags, like Mario Party. Hold on. You know, Sonic the Hedgehog has the educational tag. You know, it's a very accurate educational edutainment software. about what to do if a mad scientist starts turning all the forests near you into factories and trapping the animals inside robots. It's an accurate way to how to deal with a situation like that. Apparently, I don't know. You know, I did lose that minigame probably just because I was making that weird joke, but I think it was worth it. Well, this can be a horror game because a lot of these minigames are balanced in a way that it's... some of these minigames are balanced so that it's fun or decent when you're playing with other people. But when you're playing against the AI, either the AIs don't act right, or... like, because there's one minigame that relies on the players being temporarily blinded, so the computer's trying to simulate how to act like a person who can't see the screen. I always have this pattern. It only fails me when I just mess up the pattern. I kind of messed it up there a little bit. Oh no. Okay. I lost it there. I was a few pixels off on that one panel. Sonic's Game World. Was that Game Gear, that Math Sonic Game Gear game? Is that what was going? Is that what that is? Or Sonic's Game World's one of those Pico things? Hey, last turn, and when this turn ends, I'm gonna call the stream, so... Alright. Okay. Now, I'm gonna be playing just a half-hour of Mario 64 tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna end up losing if I can't turn this around quick. Because I had first place for a while. But yeah, I'm going to be playing like a half-hour Mario 64 tomorrow at 2 Eastern Standard Time. So add 3 hours, add 1 hour for Central, and 3 hours for West Coast. Let's see what the last minigame's going to be. But I'm really excited because I'm going to be playing Super Mario Advance really for the first time since 2001 maybe? 2002, the absolute latest. It's this game again. Alright. And that's a game that I just adored back then, and I adore it now. I only got to rent it from Blockbuster. I never owned it on the Game Boy Advance back then. But it was my first... Oh, shucks. They just trolled me with that one. It was my first time playing Super Mario Bros. 2. And when you talk about, like, 2000, 2001... it wasn't quite at a point where you could just Google search a game and go to images and see what the game looked like, because everyone I knew had they had Mario Brothers 1 or an NES, and they had Mario Brothers 3. No one I knew had Mario Brothers 2. I'd find web pages about Super Mario Brothers 2 where people talked about how strange it was and how you'd throw vegetables instead of stomping on people. So I really wanted to play this game, and I just couldn't find it for NES, which I did have at the time. Yeah, I got second place. Yoshi's gonna end up winning. Yeah. So, hold on. 367 minus 313 equals 54. So I lost by 54 coins. Sad day for me. And there are no stars, so it's all about the coins. Yoshi, congratulations. And, so I'll be playing that for the first time in many years, and I look forward to doing so. And also, Super Mario Advance was the first time I became aware... It was the first time I became aware that... Now, I want to go back to YouTube real quick. I want to show this off. I'm going to probably show it off again. In this leak, they found the unused Charles Martinet... No, I don't want to remove the source. That was close. I almost ruined everything. Okay, interact. Let's type in use the shift key does not work when I'm operating YouTube here. Excuse me. Mario. They found unused sound files, and apparently there were like half a dozen different choices as to what they were considering naming what they ended up calling it Super Mario Advance, but there were so many different names that they were considering giving this game. I have this cropped from my old 4x3 E3 videos. Alright, we're gonna skip this. But they had a bunch of different names they were planning on using, and they had Charles Martinet and the other voice actors for Super Mario Advance.
Super Mario US.
They had them had them utter all these different versions of what they might call the game.
Super Mario USA Advance.
Oh, excuse me. So I accidentally muted it. Okay. There's a weird delay on my end, so I accidentally. Okay, here we go.
Advance.
Super Mario USA Advance. Oh, Bovine Divine. Oh, hiya. Thanks for dropping by. Real quick, you might want to check out. I was looking at some of my personal E3 videos. Well, I was talking about videos from when I got my Nintendo DS signed by Shigeru Miyamoto. I was telling you about the story about how I got my my Game Boy Micro signed by Reggie Fils-Aimé. And let's see. Actually, I have it here. I know it's in my Mario Party 2 layout. I want to show. Oh yeah. That streamy. Oh yeah, there I am shaking hands with Miyamoto. So I was just showing off the story of how that happened. And Bill Trina's right next to him. Oh, I started stream. This is my 28th stream. Let me go back to. Okay. Yeah, this is my 28th stream. I started back in April or something like that. Oh no, excuse me. So, yeah, I played about a half. I like to play a little warm-up game where I might go into like Mario 64 and just like grab a couple of stars for like a half hour, and then do my main game that I'll spend a few hours on. But I was looking. I spent a few hours covering all, doing a sort of a watch party thing of all this Nintendo Gigaleak stuff, all this leaked material that kind of changes the history of different games, like how there's it seems as though Yoshi's Island might have started as a Donkey Kong game that starred a character never before seen or since that resembled Rayman, and it had nothing to do with Yoshi, and it was like the fully developed Yoshi's Island art style. Now, this is my first time, and what this is, I'm streaming at 2 o'clock tomorrow. I'm streaming Super Mario Advance. Well, I'm going to stream like, a half hour of Super Mario 64, just grab a couple of stars. And then I was going to play Super Mario Advance for the first time since 2002. And in this leak, we found they found audio files of, apparently there were like maybe 6 or 7 different names they were considering naming Super Mario Advance. And they had Charles Martinet, the voice actor for Mario, and some of the other characters say all these different potential names, so that whatever name they settled on, they'd have recordings for. They found the high, So let's listen to these, and then I'm gonna end the stream. Because excuse me, I keep starting and stopping this. I was just playing a little, about halfway through. After a half hour of Sonic, we were watching Gigaleak stuff for about an hour, just all the restored and discovered stuff that they found. Then we played about half of a Mario Party 2 session. Then I stopped to look at some old like E3 and Nintendo stuff that I've been at and recorded. Like we saw the crowd reactions when they first revealed Super Mario Advance, for instance. Hey, Nostalgic Dan, how you doing? Oh yeah, this Pac-Man sheet. I haven't talked about this the whole time. My mom got this for me. She found it at a thrift store back in the 90s.
USA.
So Super Mario
USA. Super Mario Brothers Deluxe 2.
Super Mario Brothers Deluxe 2.
Deluxe. Mario Brothers.
Super Mario Brothers 2 Deluxe.
Super Mario USA. Advance. Super Mario USA.
All these variations.
Super Mario Brothers Deluxe 2. Super Mario Brothers 2 Deluxe. Mario Brothers.
Super Mario USA. Advance. Super Mario USA. Super Mario Brothers Deluxe 2. Super Mario Brothers 2 Deluxe. Mario Brothers. Super Mario USA. Advance. Super Mario.
Oh, Toad, your voice.
Super Mario Brothers Deluxe 2. Super Mario Brothers 2.
I mean, I like it for what it is, but it's like, jeez. Alright. So, yeah, I prefer using, I'm not... Oh gosh, please. Okay, there we go. Now, I was playing the Mario 60... And I was playing... Oh, I have the Mario Party 2 still playing. Let me mute the game. There we go. Yeah, I was playing the games today on the Wii U here, which a viewer of my YouTube channel actually went and donated to me back in 2013. And I really only didn't get to use it until I started streaming. I have a bunch of virtual console games on here. I prefer to play games in a manner that reflects their official release history. So yes, I am emulating it, but if you looked on the virtual console releases are a part of their launch, their release history. So I prefer doing it like that. If the time comes where I have to use PC emulation, like what I really like is that there are DS games on here. So every week I download 2 or 3 DS and Game Boy Advance games. Now, if I'm able to get the Analog Pocket tomorrow, which is why I have to go to bed, it's 3:30 a.m. on the East Coast, and my housemates are probably going to murder me for being so loud. I'm trying to be quiet, but anyway. I'm going to try to get the Analog Pocket, which goes on sale tomorrow at 11 my local time. And if I can get that, I'll be able to use more of my original cartridges to do the 3DS and Wii stuff. But the DS, for the Wii U, the virtual console stuff that's on there for DS is really the only official way to output HDMI with a Nintendo DS game. When the time comes, I will use emulation for things that aren't on the DS, PC emulation, because it's really hard. It's difficult and expensive to get a modified HDMI out DS or 3DS. But this is a way I could officially play some of these games, these DS games. But that's it for now. Thank you so much for watching. I feel like each stream I have is the best stream ever. This is only my 28th stream. I haven't been doing this for too long, but I've gotten all the kinks out at this point. If you want to look at some of my my VODs, I have all of the successful streams where you didn't have to end it 10 minutes in due to technical reasons or something crazy like that. Those are all up as unlisted videos on my YouTube channel. And only the playlist is public. The videos themselves are unlisted. Oh, well, thanks, Kyle TX and everybody. Thanks, Bovine Divine. Your stream earlier today was fun. Best of luck getting your hands on the Analog Pocket. I'm gonna go for one too. I happen to have, the money and capability to go for it. Oh, and the two astronauts, the two NASA astronauts that launched into space last month, they splashed down safely in the first splashdown of a manned spacecraft since the 70s. So that was pretty cool. And so because these days any good news out there, I'll take what I can get. So I will talk to you later. And thanks for watching.